Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, April the 22nd. CC, okay, that means you can hear me and you can see my screen. Well, guys, a little more activity this morning. Look at this, and it's still not full, but at least we have a few more in the gaps. Gap up. And we have some in the gap downs, but of course we have a few more. I mean, for the last, looks like 3 weeks now, maybe 5 of each. So a little more activity. So, just as full disclosure, I have been waiting for this one for a long time. Well, not a long time. The VXRT, and when I say this one, I don't mean specifically VXRT, but if you've been in the room for the last little while, I've been waiting for one of these little bios to pop up in the pre-market, and I looked at the news. And you got to read the news. I mean, they go on and on and on and on about how people don't want to get vaccinated, or some people will never get vaccinated, but some will not get vaccinated because they don't want the needle. So, but they'll take a pill, etc., etc. So they've got this pill, but we're talking phase 1, guys. We're talking like who knows if it ever will be developed. So I've been waiting for a long time to short one of these things, and I finally got rewarded. So I'm in the short at 620. And I have taken some out at 5.99 just in case it didn't want to really crash through 6. So I'm going to see how much further down this one can go. So this is the VXRT. Now it's Earth Day. Today is Earth Day, so we're seeing a lot of the like the fuel cells, FCEL, plug. I'm just looking at some of the BLDP. I'm looking at some of these EV plays, infrastructure plays. ChargePoint, CHPT is having a nice day. How long this will last, who knows? I mean, it's Earth Day today, though, so these stocks today, anyway, are in favor. But again, oops, sorry about that. I don't know. Keep forgetting. I don't keep forgetting. There you go. There's my desktop. Sorry about that. So anyway, keep an eye on the EV plays today. Again, I have no idea if we're going to have any follow through or even if they'll be able to sustain their pops today. But again, it's Earth Day, so that's why all the excitement. Now, Skills still is alive and kicking. Man, what a day it had yesterday. Continuation so far, up another 16%. SKLZ. Mavis, MVIS. Nice gap up for it. I'm just trying to see if I see any specific reason for it. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason for it. And Credit Suisse is still getting hammered here. So released earnings pre-market, of course, all caught up in that hedge fund fiasco. Still losing money and still more, well, not losing money, but they lost. I don't mean they're not in debt, but they would have reported a lot better had they not had sustained those losses from that hedge fund fiasco, and still maybe more to come. So that's a big gap down, 2 billion in the float. So it's a big gap down for a stock like this. EOLS, gapping down, and it is a financing. So the financing is at 950. So it's a little bit above the financing price. We're at 975 right now. Financing is at 950. Nikola, NKLA. Now I don't know if it's held its gains. Yeah, held its gains. I mean, this is another nice little pop. Scratched out a little win yesterday, and it is still. I mean, this is a big level for it to try to get through. This 11.16 or so. The next high would be around 12. And NKLA again, I think it's just Earth Day. TDS. Let's see if this is holding its gains. TDS. Yeah, still kind of holding it. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I had this one. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot this has no volume yet. I got the right symbol here. I think I have the wrong symbol. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have the wrong symbol. There is one that's very similar, and they basically raise guidance. I can't remember what the symbol is. It's probably very close to TDS, so I apologize. They raised their Q1 guidance, and it really popped. I'm just going to have to try to find it. Somebody else might be able to help me on that. TDC, thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, it's TDC. There we go. I knew I wasn't losing my mind. So there's TDC. So they've raised guidance. It's not an earnings play, but they've raised guidance ahead of when they actually do release, May the 6th. So let me just get that in one moment, please. Just give me one moment. Okay, so that was TDC. So raising their Q1 guidance. RNLX. Now this could be interesting. RNLX. RNLX. Let's see. This is interesting because it appears to be a UK stock. Anyway, they just got some kind of a 10-year U.S. government contract for kidney testing. It's a relatively recent IPO from back here. This is July of last year. So almost an all-time high. So this, and it's not a big float, 32 million in the float. So, I mean, if this can maintain this level and take out the highs, I mean, this could have a bit of a run. And that is the RNLX. I mean, it's already up 22%. GRNQ. This is a NFT play. You got to read the press release. Yeah, I sort of understand it. They've acquired $16 million worth of tokens. So I'm assuming that what that means, I'm assuming they'll put them out to auction later on at some point. But anyway, it's an NFT play for what it's worth. GNRQ. What did it get up to? Got up to 238 pre-market. China stock. Low float, 19 million in the float. I just don't anticipate that it's going to go any higher, but now I find this somewhat hilarious. FSR gapping down. Why is FSR gapping down? So Goldman came out today and has downgraded this to $10. And I think it was just earlier this week that Bank of America upgraded it to 30. So Goldman has downgraded FSR to 10, countering Bank of America's upgrade to 30. I'll take Goldman today anyway. This has obviously caused the reason for the decline. NBSE is a gap down on financing, and okay, now it's been priced. When I first saw it, they hadn't announced the pricing, so it's at $5. So the financing's at 5, so it's actually holding 5 and moving higher. So that's the financing news for NBSE. Well, all we try to do is take advantage on a day-to-day basis, on an intraday basis of these, especially if it's a Goldman, whether they're clueless or not. CHPT, again, Earth Day, April 22nd. So a lot of these EV plays are moving higher today. And bingo again, BNGO. Seems like every day now. BNGO. I just don't have, well, let's see. The high yesterday was 607, so it's way above that high of yesterday. Sorry, the high, that's not correct. High of yesterday was 596. That was the day before that. So anyway, there it is. I just find that it never seems to hold its gains, but I think it had some news. Sapphire system DNA replication, etc., etc. And the SPY, I think it's basically flat. Yeah, it's basically flat right now. So we'll see if we can have a follow-through day. We had a nice, obviously had a great day yesterday. Let's see if we can have a follow-through day today for the SPY. Now I'll just quickly go and look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, we have a few more upgrades and downgrades, so let's get some of them in here. Keeping an eye on my VXRT short. You got to read their press release. Man, oh man. And that's the VXRT. You'd think that their pill for COVID was like imminently going to be released. Solar stocks, also, of course, Earth Day. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Let's see if there was a Goldman one. Yeah, I don't see any Goldman upgrade there. EGAP means it's an earnings play, okay, Jane? It's just my abbreviation. Earnings gap, so it gapped, and because of earnings, EGAP, earnings gap, just so I can abbreviate it. There's that Goldman downgrade for FSR. And Ride is a Goldman downgrade also. Take a look at Ride. So is it moving at all on the Goldman downgrade? Not really. I mean, it's down 20 cents. Decent volume though. Man, if it ever took out that low of yesterday, 874, I mean, that'd be an all-time low, I guess. So, well, I don't know. I mean, it's, you know, the NFTs are, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not saying they're completely dead, but let's take a look at TCAT. I mean, they had their thunder this week right here, the 2 weeks right here, but since then, I mean, they've been just dead. Morning, Razak. Bottom line, Preston, is that you just have to wait for the market to open. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if it's going to, got as high, 238. I mean, it could keep going. It's got some room if it wants to. I mean, I'll give it that. 297 right up here to $3. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's a low float, 19.5 million in the float. I'm just skeptical, that's all. OCGN was interesting. The action yesterday, late, had this little pop, and then after hours, it just really ramped up all the way up to 742. And Bingo keeps moving higher here. BNGO keeps moving higher here. Again, another one I just have my doubts on. I mean, it seems to do this not every day, but certainly the last few days, it's been a very active trading stock. Yeah, the WBT, it actually had a downgrade. So this is being bought out by MIDD, completely tied into the share price of MIDD. It's an all stock transaction. Meanwhile, yeah, SKLZ is really running again here, up 17% after a big day yesterday. I mean, the low was what, 1260 or so, and the high was almost 17, so around 17. So it is still very active. Big area right here to try to take out this 20 level. If it can take out the 20 level, I mean, it could really start to fill in this void. I'm talking about the SKLZ. Same with the NKLA. I mean, there's the high right there, 1093. When I say right there, that is looks like 2 days ago, 3 days ago maybe, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. 1105, so it's sitting at what, 1107? So, you know, it takes that out. I mean, then you look left, this is on the 15th of April. The next high is 1191. So, I mean, this has room. I think it's just, you know, the little, all the Earth Day stuff. I did see that she's adding that one and dumping some Tesla, yes. Okay, I'm just checking some of my, let's see, Riot. It's a little bit of a crypto pop right here. You know, I mean, the cryptos were down. Riot and Mara, I'm sure Mara looks almost exactly the same. I mean, it's still negative, but it did recover from the 30, 38, 39 level, got up to 40, almost 42. I'm sure Mara is the same. The other one that I saw this morning that was actually up, yeah, CAN, which is another crypto play out of China. So this actually looks a lot better than Mara and Riot, and that's the CAN. Just patiently waiting on this short I've got for the VXRT to see if it can take out, give me a little bit more. Any pop over 6 will get me out of it again, completely. I'm in this one a short from 620. It's covered some at 599, and I'm just waiting to see if it can really accelerate downwards. And again, if you're going to ask me why, well, you know, I just looked at that press release and they went on and on and on and on and on about how people would prefer a pill. I get it for instead of a jab for COVID. I get that, of course. And then, you know, and almost buried right at the very bottom. So we're starting a phase 1. I mean, it's anyway. I was waiting for something like this for a while. Well, I get that some people are, just squeamish about getting shots at all. I mean, not just COVID, but, blood tests. I get it. I understand. I'm not one of those people, but anyway, it's just, I read it and I'm going, oh, okay. Nice to see some gap ups. Well, it's not so much I want to see gap ups. I just wanted to see some action in these two windows. So at least we're getting a little more action here. I think yesterday I had about three of these and about two of these, the gap up, gap downs. So we're getting a little more action. I'll definitely be watching my gap up, my gap continuation or reverse scan today for sure, depending what the market does. I've been sort of biased on shorting, but I mean, if the market wants to remain positive, I mean, we had a great day yesterday. I mean, look at the SPY. You get a 15-minute chart. I mean, look at this action on the SPY yesterday. I mean, we didn't have really any downturn whatsoever. And we had a pop, little bit of a downturn, but we didn't have any big giant red candles moving up and down. We just had a solid trending day. Yeah, go off topic on that, guys. I mean, I'm not about the shots. All right, guys, I'm going to minimize these windows. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, nothing will happen in these two windows until 9:45 at least, okay? You will start getting something here probably right at 9:30 in this window here. You want to follow along, just click on New from our toolbar, then click, New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And I just want to get set for the open. Okay, FSRX, I heard that one. FSRX, I thought I heard that one. Maybe wrong. I thought I heard FSRX. I know why. FRSX. All right, so there's FR. So again, EV. Again, Earth Day, guys. So these EV plays will probably they'll be in play today. All right, whether they hold their gains or not, we don't know. Just give me one moment, please. All right, we have 30 seconds to the open. Yeah, let's have a great trading day, everybody. The XRT, okay, can you give me one more leg down? I'm going to stick an alert down here, 589. I got a pop over 6 and I'm out of the trade. All right, we are now open for business here. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I took the pre-market trade, but that's a little bit different. Look at BE again. Earth Day, Earth Day. All right. All right, I just covered some more. Don't have very much left, just in case it cannot continue down. I'm talking about the VXRT. Sorry, I had my cap still on. Okay. All right, so NBSE. Wow, that's a good reaction to the financing, guys. I think they announced it at $5. So that's a great reaction so far. It's getting the no data to display on IB headline. Yeah, so just wanted to confirm. So it's $5 a share. All right, look at skills. Look at skills. Take a header here on the open. Guys, I'm all out of the VXRT. All right, all out. Big volume coming into OCGN. OCGN. Big volume coming into OCGN. Okay, so this is starting to, now I may, if it drops down below 590, I may reshort this one, VXRT, or try to short it higher. I just don't believe it's going to, I mean, listen, anything can happen. But the problem is, if it were a lower float, if it's 117 million in the float, so it's not like this is one of those short, low float situations. Look at VUZI, 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 a nice pop here on volume. So what is the market doing? So, okay, doesn't look like well, as we speak, we're not having a continuation day, as we speak. In fact, look at this red candle here for the SPY. So Dow's down. NAS is down a little. But we're not having a continuation day yet anyway. So I guess I'm going to have to still be short bias. ASXC, there's a nice move. I don't think I've seen this one before. It's a big float, $250 million in the float. But it is trading 12 times normal right now at this time of day. I don't see any specific news for it. Okay, well, fuel cell is continuing, guys. I'm just going to keep saying it. Earth Day, Earth Day, Earth Day. So you're going to get a lot of, some of these EV plays are going to be flying today anyway. So fuel cell, I'm sure Plug is doing the same thing. Actually, it is not. So fuel cell is kind of trading a little bit on its own here. Plug is not doing the same thing as fuel cell. Okay, so this RNLX has been a little bit choppy. It's a pretty low float, 32 million in the float for a $31 stock. 10-year US government contract for, I think it's kidney testing. That's all I read in the headline. It's a UK stock, but and it's a fairly recent IPO from last year, July of last year. Really didn't do much in the first few months. Keeping an eye on the SPY in this first 15 minutes to see if this is really going to be the day we're going to have. Okay, there's that GRNRQ. It is shortable actually for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I really want to, I think there's a lot of probably support just underneath 2, so it doesn't have enough room for me to take a short on it. Yeah, so solar should be strong today. There's First Solar, FSLR. So the solar play should be strong today with Earth Day. I missed out on reshorting the VXRT. Sugar. Well, what to say about Playboy, guys? PLBY, another new high, all-time high. Look at Playboy. I mean, this is in essence an NFT play, okay? So it had a great day yesterday, and now a little continuation so far today. PLBY. Who would have thunk it? I'm sure a lot of people looked at this IPO back here and said, "What?" Again, it's a bit of an ominous first 15-minute candle for the SPY, guys. You just have to wait and see what happens here. We continue down, wiping out all the gains of yesterday. I'm definitely going to be watching the gap down and go, okay? Gap down and keep going down. That's what I'm going to be really concentrating on. We did not have one yesterday. They were all gap up and goes. Yeah, there's another one. I know you just mentioned RLX. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't do much, and in fact, did nothing in the pre-market. I'm sorry. Had a little pop in the pre-market. Low float. Actually, it's not a low float. 107 million in the float. I thought it was 10 million, but it's only 100. It's 107 million in the float, so it's a big float. Just trying to see if there's any specific news on it. What do they do? E-vapor products. So this could be probably a reaction to, you know, what's happening with tobacco. How's Mo doing right now? Well, William, you should be glad. Well, I guess you could have shorted it here, but look at MVIS. Yeah, there are no shorts available for me. I don't know if there's there's no specific day time, Gordon. A lot of times they'll be around 10:30. Just put your price alert on though. Just put your price alert on. Okay, just type NPCE into your chart. Right click, create the price alert, put it at $1, save it. Make sure you have your price alerts window open. Click on new price alert if you don't have it open. Okay, and then minimize it and then just do your thing on NPCE and ZY. And then when it opens, it'll pop up on your screen. Well, the Goldman downgrade for FSR seems to be holding. Downgrade to $10, counteracting the upgrade by the Bank of America of a $30 price target. There's another look at sell side. CVM, guys. CVM, big move here. Nothing really in the pre-market. Really no action. But look at the move now for CVM. This is not shortable for me. I'm always looking to maybe short these tops, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Looking left. 24.23 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, so it has a little bit of room to run if it wants to. All right, so this RLX, so this is shortable for me. Look at Fuel Cell, guys. So Fuel Cell is Earth Day, Earth Day, Earth Day. Look at the volume that came in. It came in on that first 15-minute candle. It's not a low float, 309 million in the float. But it's through the 200-day moving average. You can see that green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So it's popped through the 200-day moving average. No, I put a delay of 15 minutes on my gap continuation or reverse. So on purpose, I don't like to see them gapping up and down first 15 minutes. So see what happens. Another 30 seconds or so for 9:45. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Now that is on purpose. What a sell-off for SKLZ. Look at that high up here, almost 20. So almost a $2 sell-off. Straight down on the 2-minute chart. Well, guys, 23.99 on the gap up and go, but it's so extended right now. And that's the gap up and go. Just a little too extended. NKLA is not shortable for me. This is a gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. So I am definitely short biased, depending what the market does. I mean, big red candle to start. Now, you know, if this turns into a green candle, wiping this out and continues higher, obviously I'll change my bias. But right now, I'm definitely short bias. You know, there's bingo doing its thing again. You know, at some point, every single day, this is a short at some point. I mean, you know, it's a matter of finding the top. But rarely does it hold. SkyT from yesterday, IPO from yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's almost at the high, guys. It's almost at the, this is the high, I think, was 1868. 1857. I'm going to stick an alert right up here. See if it takes out yesterday's high. IPO from yesterday. Man, I'm ticked that I didn't get that reshort of VXRT just under 6. All right, so it shows up here. Pretty extended on, well, that first 15-minute candle. This is in the watch list. So again, it's a watch list. So now the trick is I'm just going to stick an alert up at the watch list price and see if it takes that out later on. Again, I have my doubts about any of this holding, you know, Earth Day or no Earth Day. I just have my doubts on any of these things holding. There's plug moving down also. CHPT moving down. There's the SkyT. Okay, taking out yesterday's high and ramping. How can I place a permanent entry on a stock and a permanent exit price? Well, I don't think you can put a permanent. I mean, you can always put price alerts and be alerted. But once you're in the stock, I'm not sure I know what you mean. Ah, man, this gap up in reverse for skills. I think it's very dangerous to try to put a permanent thing in anything, okay? You really have to, in my opinion, you have to be watching, okay? But that's my opinion. AMC is having a bit of a day. I think wasn't this an earnings play? Yeah, this is an earnings play. T-Mobile is an earnings play. Nice, nice gap. Man, gap up and reverse for skills. I'm looking for a gap down and go. Didn't get one yesterday. There's another one, the gap up and reverse, NKLA. So this little one, I don't think I'd ever seen this one before. Yesterday, WLMS. We had a choppy day yesterday, but it is resuming. It's a low float, 20 million in the float. I know nothing about this company other than what I can read here, construction. Well, OCGN, this kind of wrong on this one yesterday. I didn't think it would do what it's doing, but look at this after hours action. So it's getting close. 744 was the high for OCGN yesterday. It's a big float, 182 million in the float, but it is still moving. OCGN. This one again, one of those ones not shortable for me. Finding a lot now not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now. It's just, I just find it interesting that it's not shortable. Okay, RNLX is not holding its gains on that 10-year contract with the U.S. government for kidney testing. Another gap up and reverse, CHPT. All right, so we have a little topping tail. Well, not really, I guess. It was more of a topping tail in the SPY in that second 15-minute. If it takes out this level right here, 414, which is the low of the opening 15-minute, it could just start another downward move. So a stock like OCGN is definitely an alpha stock today. It doesn't care what the market's doing. Okay, here's a short. William, this is a short possibility for you. ATNF. Coming right into these areas of potential resistance. And it's above the channel. Oh, really? Okay. Sorry about that. Not many at IB. There's 16,000 at IB. So we have a halt. Had not one halt yesterday. Our halts resumes, but BTX, look at this one, BTX. This is a halt, not an IPO. Symbol name change here. BTX is halted. So again, this looks like an all-time high, but again, it isn't. It's just a symbol name change, so it looks like it started trading as BTX here. And it's a relatively low float, 35 million in the float, relatively low float. There is right here, Riley. One of the scans I'm sharing. If you just go to my home page, there's the link or the tab. Okay, click on my link and then go to the scan section. And Halter Zooms is one of them, okay? Well, we can call this severe rippage. Severe rippage for OCGN. Look at this candle here. The second candle. First candle, no clue. It's a big float too, like 182 million in the float. So again, this is the partner of OCGN reporting strong phase 3 results as a COVID play. Can't remember the name of the partner, but that was the news yesterday for it, and we just have continuation now. Okay, guys. Okay, well, this is the Goldman downgrade. So let's see now. What was the low yesterday? 1297. You know, I mean, if it took out 13, this may continue down, FSR. Goldman downgraded it to $10, FSR. All right, we have our first one in the options plays, and let's take a look left. This has got some room, guys, I think. The daily chart, what do we have? 1632. Where is this? This is back in February. That's not that long ago. And then looking left, 1653. So maybe some little stumbling areas, unfortunately, for MDRX. Is there any news on it? And what's the float? 135 million in the float. So it's certainly not a low float situation. I'm looking to see if there's any news on it. They're going to be releasing next week, I guess, April 29th. Releasing as in earnings. Okay, BTX just resumed. And, well, a pop-up on the resumption, BTX. Do not see any news on it. Skills continues down. I don't understand. Right. Well, no, when I say room, I'm talking about room to move on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart. So when I look at MDRX, I'm looking left to see where the next high is. Oh, for the scan. Right here, Barry's homepage, the tab. Okay, the tab right there. You not see it? Scroll up. Maybe you have to scroll up. Can you see my screen? You're in the off topic. Maybe you have to scroll up to see these tabs. I'm not sure. I don't quite know. I don't quite know what you guys see. Okay, but there it is. I think you just have to scroll up And then when you click on the tab, there's the link. Click on the link and then you'll be brought to the page. I think there were shorts available earlier for SKLZ. I think there were. I may be wrong. So this was a super active one yesterday, YSG, China stock. Okay, what did it get up to yesterday? It got up to 1150. It's above that high, and looking left, 1158. So 1177. So it's got a little bit of room. Maybe if it can get up through that 1177, then it can start to attack this area. The high is 1289 and 1330. So, but it is a huge float. I mean, it's a big float. Okay, so just click on the scan section, and all my scans are there, including my layout and the halts or zooms, if you were looking for that one. All right, so WBT had a downgrade this morning, being acquired by MIDD. And my guess is that MIDD, yeah, it's moving down. So just understand the relationship. MIDD is buying WBT, and it's an all stock transaction. So it's tied completely to the share price of MIDD. So as MIDD falls, so will WBT. Okay? Yeah, my bias is, I mean, look what's happening with the SPY right now, guys. Look at that third candle. So there's a level right here. It touched, the lows, and it's red right now. I mean, it may turn around. It still has 12 minutes to close. However, it's getting redder. If this takes this out, this will be what we'll call a green bar ignored. Have a downward trend, pause in the trend resumes. Look at WBT just really starting to give it up. All right, there it is, guys. There's the SPY, right at those lows now. Here are the IPOs. I think there were 3 of them today. I think these are the 3. I think definitely NPCE and ZI, maybe KNBE. I'm not sure. So that's why I'm saying just have your price alerts window. You don't have to have it up. You don't have to have it displayed. You just have to minimize it. Get your price. Wow, look at the SPY now, guys. Whoa. So we had a one-day wonder yesterday. So far. Yeah, so this WLMS gave us a little bit, 456, I mean, up to 470, 475 or so. Not sustained though. Okay, yeah, well, it's having a pop now. You're right. I mean, it is having a little bit of a pop now. Lots of some volume coming into TCAT. Very low float. Again, the $1 million question. Can it hold? It is shortable for me. Wow, WMK, that's showing up on my gap up and go, but a horrible spread. 24.88, 25.13, so I just can't touch it. Little, little vanilla ice. MC Hammer, you're right. Got my wrappers confused. You're right. That's too bad. I mean, this is the gap up and go, guys. Where did I get the original alert? Was down here at 24.93. But I mean, the spread just, it just for me, it just makes it untradeable. Now, look, if it goes up another $2 or $3, that 20, 30, 40 cent spread won't have mattered. But I can't predict that that's what's going to happen. But MWK. All right, guys. So I'm just kind of waiting for another gap continuation or reversal play. It's kind of turning into my favorite scan now. Well, okay. I guess I gotta look at this one. PLTR. I mean, it's doing its thing. A lot of bottoming tails here on the 15-minute chart. Sellers kept trying to knock it down. That's what these bottoming tails mean. Buyers kept closing it higher. Smaller bottoming tails. Sellers are still trying. Eventually, they will give up for a while. Boy, this skills is just getting trashed. How is TDC doing? Somebody said it was holding the gap. Yeah, kind of holding the gap. I mean, the after hours high. This is not an earnings play. They basically they've earnings is on the 6th, but they've guided higher, so that's caused a pop after hours. You know, guys, keep an eye on the CRF. I mean, it's one of these, whatever they're called, closed-ended equity mutual fund, etc. This has been so active. Look at the activity. And this is on the gap up and reverse. I'd like to see it take out 12. The low yesterday. I mean, the low yesterday was way down here, 1140. Before it rallied with the rest of the market. But if the market, actually, guys, okay, that candle that was red is now green. Remember, I was just saying this candle right here was red. There's a big bottoming tail, but the buyers are taking over to a certain extent. So right now we're in a little bit choppy action, you know, compared to yesterday. Look at the SPY yesterday. Beautiful. I mean, hardly any, you know, little bit of stallings, but hardly any, certainly no big pullbacks. So the trend was up all day yesterday for the SPY. So now we have to wait and see. That's why I made it a little easier to trade yesterday with a nice trend. Well, I'm looking for a short on CRF, but I would have liked to see the market continue down. And it's just based on the gap up and reverse, okay? Gap up and reverse. Yeah, Muzz is in my, oh, there, wow. In fact, it triggered 1321. That was pretty quick. Lots of volume came in. 1321. I mean, this has got room. Obviously, it's got some room. 1426 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to keep going, but so CRF is following the SPY. I don't like that. I'm trying to find, I like to find the stocks that more or less trade on their own to a certain extent, rather than being tied into the SPY. SLM, let's take a look at SLM. SLM? Well, the only way it's going to pop, it would have to be on the way down, right? Not pop, but I mean if it shows up, I mean I do have the reverse. Should have been paying more attention to that. All right, well maybe CRF will do it. Okay, so yeah, so the option volume percent will have to get up to 300% before I'll see it anywhere. Yeah, guys, short bias again. Well, it's funny because I thought I deleted all the sound alerts from all those windows. All right, guys, we'll CRF. So if you don't like the short, I have no words. I shouldn't say like the short. If you won't short, if you, how is Riot doing? Yeah, you know, I had no faith in any of these pops and the cryptos this morning. The EV plays, I just don't see them being sustained. So, Joe, when you buy a stock, you want it to go up, right? So when you short a stock, you want it to go down. There, that's it. In a nutshell, that's all it is. I did see this SEAC in the pre-market. I just didn't, you know, I mean, it's one of these really cheap ones. Hey, listen, it's got some room, I guess, if it can get through this high over here. 127, and then you've got 133, and then maybe get up into this area of 150. You know, I mean, it'd give you a little bit on a percentage basis if it ever could get there. Key thing right now, it's above the 200-day moving average, 116. There's that green line right there, so it's above the 200-day moving average. And we had another halt, guys. AENZ. AENZ. Now, I don't see a lot of room in this one. Big float. 109 million in the float. It got halted. Where that? Oh my goodness. My wife's home country. A Peruvian stock. AENZ. All right, here's the first gap down and go. This is the SNDX. It tried to recover yesterday, got hammered the day before. This is 2 days ago. Hammered. Tried to recover a little bit yesterday, but this looks like and especially if it gives up 14. So this is a gap. This is the first one. Gap down and go. This is what I'm talking about, guys. One of the scans I'm sharing, the gap down and go. So what does it mean? It gapped down, did have a little rally, but now it is going, it's making a new low. So gap down and go. Had not one of those yesterday. I can't tell you to take the trades. You do what you have to do, but that's my bias. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:22. I typically do a my welcome spiel right now. I may have to delay it a bit. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to put my home page. Well, actually, first of all, I just want to talk about our test drive that's coming up. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on May the 10th, runs to the May 21st. That is 10 trading days. So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium servers for up to 10 trading days. The reason I say up to is because if you can't start on the 10th, you can only start on the 11th, and you'll get 9 days. You know, on the 12th, you'll get 8 days. So it's not 10 days no matter when you start. Just want to make sure everybody is aware of that. And so you'll have access. What you're doing here when you sign up, you're basically pre-registering, okay? So you'll get no market data until May the 10th. That is when it starts. So that is the test drive. We used to do them 4 times a year, but it looks like probably only twice a year now. So again, good opportunity for you to try us out for $8.99 for those 10 trading days. Also available, if you're a standard subscriber, you want to test our premium service. It'll still cost the $8.99. Okay, so that is the test drive. So again, you are pre-registering when you're doing this. Okay, guys, I've taken a little loss on the Sandex, the SNDX. That's what I was having to watch. I put a 10-cent loss on it. I will keep an eye on it if it gets down below 14 again. Well, it didn't get down below 14. I should have waited. You know, that's kind of my style, is to wait for that 14 for a whole number break. So I'm just going to stick an alert down here. So I took a 10-cent loss on the SNDX. So this is now a gap up and go. Yeah, the NKLA, this is now a gap up and go. But again, I just think it's too choppy. But somebody said there was a CNBC plug on it. All right, so I'll keep going on my spiel about trade ideas, etc. Okay, so I've just put my homepage link in. Okay, and you can also access it from the homepage tab. Barry's homepage right there, the tab. You click on my link, and this is what you'll see. You can save my link. There's a lot of information on my link, okay? So first thing, trade it. Well, no, first let's take a look at how you can take out a subscription if that's what you'd want to do. There is a promo code. I'll back that up. There's the promo code. Okay, Barry for Alpha, all in caps, numeric 4, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. So now when you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans. Annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard would be $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over the AI in a little bit. This is what it looks like though. You have entries, you have a stop, and you manage the trades as you see fit. Okay. You do not have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard and premium, 118, 228, less the 15%, and please listen carefully. For the first month only. If you decide you want to keep going month to month, then this will be what you'll pay after that first month. Okay, 180. You'll go back to these prices. Not back to them. These are the normal prices. You get the 15% discount the first month only. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon. These are all free. And here is my scan section. Okay, click here. This is the layout that I'm sharing. What you see on the screen, that's the layout that I'm sharing. Plus a lot of other scans here, including this one that I'm really concentrating on a lot now, the gap continuation or reverse. And I still really do like the moving higher with unusual options. Just not getting too many alerts recently. But here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So if you have a layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at some of these scans, all right, you might want to add them. You can always adjust them. For instance, if you like the basic new highs and lows, but you don't like my price range, I'll go over that in a minute. Here's the education link. Wow, look at NKLA on that CNBC plug. Here's the education link right here, or tab section. I always like to put this on its own, the 20 lessons. Yeah, TCAT just got halted. Wow, and I'm sure it got halted on the way up. I should make sure of that. Yeah, it just got halted on the way up. Okay, the 20 lessons. That link, if you're new to trade ideas, I really recommend that you do this, all right? Click on the Take the Lessons. This is what you'll see. You know, build it. What is a top list? Building one, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay. Here's an introduction to the AI. We nickname it Holly. So a lot of information, and it's all text-based. So I would absolutely recommend that before you, if you have trade ideas, you just started, I would absolutely recommend that you take a look at this. Daily support session. So there is a YouTube room that I monitor at the same time as this room. But I take a break around noon, and one of the other traders takes over. Today is Thursday, so that should be Jamie. Jamie will be in the room from 12 to 1. I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break if you want to head over there for 12 to 1. Of course, you're in the, this is the free trading room. This is, when I say the free, this is the room you see here. Oops. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay, you can sign up for them. If you sign up and you can't make it at 5 o'clock, you'll get an email, you know, with the recording. So, educational videos, more here. And back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, you know, it's a nifty little series, okay? 36 short videos, literally starting off with what is a stock? What is a stock? So if you're new to trading, I would recommend that you take a look at these. Trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my home page. So what I would do is I would just save my link, and then you can look at all this at your leisure. All right, I'm just sizing my screen. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? If you're in this room for the first time and you're wondering what you're seeing, first of all, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. And it doesn't matter where you live, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter what broker you are using, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. So what it's looking for, stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That's a great filter that we've got. It's what we call a relative volume filter. So it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. So I'm only looking for stocks trading abnormally. 400,000 shares, etc. So these filters are what I'm using. So if a stock meets all these filter criteria, then, and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Now, as I said before, if you like this scan, you know, it's available, but you might have a different idea of a price range. You know, so all I have to do is go to the summary, and right here, see the price right here. If you like, say 10 to 60, you can just make the change and save it. Say okay. Okay, so of course, this is just what I like to see, but again, your idea might be a little bit different. So, what we did as a company was, instead of making you learn a programming language to create these scans, we feel that we've created enough alerts. These are all the alerts and filters. When you see these icons, these are the filters. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay, so no programming language to learn. And of course, if you're starting out, you can always just take my scans, or you can go to our toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, you know, and all these these are all layouts, and they're scans within these layouts. They're all themed layouts. You can take a look at this. So even without knowing how to do anything, you know, you can take my scans. You can take a look at the scans that are in the channel bar to get accustomed to Trade Ideas. Our premium service, look at this. I mean, look at this, guys. Our premium service, $23.13 This is what our premium service, well, this is the AI part of our premium service. So this was an alert at 10:22, not that long ago. 23:13, it hit 24:39 at least. Actually got up to 20, almost 25. This is what the AI looks like. You basically have this window. In order to see it, you just click from the toolbar, you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is your trades window. Just watch them all day long as they come in. Nothing for you to do. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. You have a stop price, and how you manage the trades will be up to you. I would take this window. Again, you need our premium service for this. I would take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so that you don't have to load the window every day. Wow, NKLA is just on that CNBC plug, I guess, just rippage here. Okay, so the market is actually coming back here, guys. After that brief, look at these bottoming tails on the SPY. I mean, the sellers tried. The sellers really tried. Look at that big bottoming tail there, but the buyers took over. Sellers tried again. The buyers took over. And now it looks like the buyers are in control for a while anyway. I'm going to stick an alert up here to see if it takes out those highs. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on the ELLS. That is another one that came in the gap down and go, gap down and continuing down. There is no real support for this one. Let's see on the weekly chart. You're looking way down here at 720. I'm just going to take a look on the daily chart to see if I see anything that could stall. I mean, this has got a lot of possibility. What's the low here? Yeah, 955. You know what? If it takes out this low of 955, I mean, this really has no support, EOLS. So that's why I have an alert set right down here. Okay? Now, it may not go down, but it really has a lot of possibility, EOLS. Now, the only issue is it's down 18%. Maybe hard to get it. You know, the uptick rule may nail us. Stock is down 10%. Well, first you have to see if shares are available to short. They're for me anyway. Interactive brokers, they're available, but stock is down 18%. So I just can't go. I may not get the short I want. You can go in at the bid. Usually, you know, if you want to short something, you just go in at the bid, assuming your broker has shorts available, and you'll get a fill. But if the stock is down more than 10%, if you go in at the bid. Usually there has to be some action back at the ask, and then goes back to the bid. Some selling action, but you may be in a queue of people wanting to do the same thing. So it can be a little frustrating sometimes because then you might have to start chasing it down. If that happens, I just don't do it. Now this is popping, so I don't have to worry yet. Okay, I want to talk about this window you see right here called Brokerage Plus. And I just wanted to pop this in. So this is what I did. So I kept this, this is from the simulator. Okay, I'm going to go over the simulator in a bit. I kept this one overnight. This is this IPO from yesterday. Okay. I'm going to go over the simulator. So this is a simulation trade. But first I want to talk about if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account. Now, please listen to me carefully. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade if you don't want to, okay? It's a feature. Had a couple of people say, well, first of all, if I don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, can I trade the AI? Of course, of course. It's not mandatory to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade anything that you see in Trade Ideas. You get an alert. You don't want to use this window, that's fine. Okay, it's a feature, that's all it is. Now, in order to use it, you have to watch that video if you want to use it to trade your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Now, the only caveat with the E-Trade is that you have to be on our latest beta. So if you click on my home page, the home page link, and you'll be brought to this page right here. Now scroll up. You see download software, and click on that, and then you have to scroll down until you see the beta. So if you have an E-Trade account and you do want to use this window to trade your E-Trade account, you have to have our beta. Again, not mandatory to do this, okay? I think people get a little confused about this, that oh my gosh, if I don't have E-Trade or Interactive Brokers, I can't use Trade Ideas. Okay? So, you watch that video and you're going to see, okay, why would you want to use it? Well, okay, let's take a look at MUDs. So when I click on MUDs and the symbol shows up here, and I can pick how many shares I want to trade, I can pick the price I want to get in at, or I can do something like this. If I look at MUDs and I think, yeah, I like that, wouldn't mind trading it right now. You right click, trade, and you see these buying and shorting options appear. Now they appeared here because if you watch the video, you can create your own. And this is what we call one-click trading. Again, you don't have to do this. But some of you, want to try something like this, that's fine. I would try it in the simulator first to see how it works, number one, okay, before you actually commit money to the market doing it. But, you can set up your own buying and shorting options. This is what we call one-click trading. You set up stops and targets, etc. Share sizing, the whole bit. Okay? So that is one reason why, if you want to use this window, you can set this up. Only if you have an E-Trade or IB Interactive Brokers account. Now these right here, these are hotkeys. So if I want to get it out of a trade, I can flatten the trade and just highlight it, or I can get it at half my trade, or I can double my position. So these are just hotkeys. Okay, so that, again, watch the video. It'll explain. This is only available if you're using our web-based version. This is not available. You have to be using our app. Or the application, okay, the downloadable application. And then you'll see the Brokerage Plus option in the toolbar. Underneath you'll see live, so that's what I've been talking about. And then you'll also see sim for simulation, paper trading. And now I'm going to talk about paper trading and simulation trading, okay? If you're new to trading, and I'm going to talk about money management. So if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Can't emphasize that enough. Practice, practice, practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? It uses our real-time data. And it's very simple to use. And everything I'm explaining now, you can if you're attached to if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account, everything I'm saying now is also appropriate. Okay, so again, you click on an alert, you pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to go long, in other words, you want the stock to go up, you buy it. If you want to go short and you want the stock to go down in price, you sell it. Okay? Now, how I always like to start this off, is to take a pullback trade. All right, so again, this is for demonstration purposes. So let's just say I wanted to take WLMS, but I don't want to take it right now. I want to, if it pulls back to say, I don't know, 455 or this level down here, 453, right here, okay? I'd like to take the trade. I'm just showing you how you can do it. So you pick how many shares. So I'm going to say 300 shares. What did I say, 453? So let's just put 450. Give me one moment, please. Okay, I'm going to click buy. So I put 450 in both of these boxes right here. I clicked on the buy button. And did I click hard enough? Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot to make sure I'm in my simulated account. So I click buy. And there, finally. Okay, so you see this blue line appears on the chart. So if WLMS goes back down to 450, it'll take the trade, okay, on a pullback. Now, if I don't want to take the trade, though, I don't have to obviously leave this line in, okay? If I decided, you know what, at the time I did this, yes, I wanted to do this, but maybe the market is doing, it's just starting to really head down, or something else happens that I just don't want to stay in the trade. I just have to go to the orders and right click and cancel. And again, all this is in the video. So, I know I go over a lot of this and I go over fairly quickly, but it's all in that video link, how you do all this. So I'll leave this in here. Hey, you never know, it might happen. Could also have done it in another way. In other words, what if I said, well, you know what? If it breaks above the high of the day or some resistance area on top, I could have put both prices on top. Okay, above the current price in this box. If I had done that and pressed buy, I would have seen a blue line above the price. Wow, this NKLA. Wow, and we'll talk about a gap up and go. Oh. Okay, now I want to talk about stops, money management, and actually taking a trade right now and showing you how you do it. All right, let's just take this MDRX trade, okay? Again, just to show you how you do it. And the spread is only a penny. 23, 22, so 1602. All right. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. It's only a penny spread, so I should be filled around 21. There you go, 1621. I'm going to put a stop at 1601. Okay, not because that's the proper stop. I'm just want to make the math easy for in my explanation. So when you get into a trade, you have to know the price you're going to get out of the trade when the trade just starts working against you. Not every trade is going to work. A lot of them won't work. But what you have to have is good money management techniques. So you have to, now, if you're new to trading, you probably should be saying to yourself, well, how do I know where to put a stop? Well, that's only going to come with some experience. That's why we always say practice trading, practice, practice, practice. So you'll eventually start looking at charts, really the stop should have been around 1608, because if you look on the 5-minute chart, you see it looks like there's good support here, so that if it broke down through that level, you should be out of the trade. It's that simple. I put the stop at 1602 or 1601 to make this math. I guess it should have been 16. Okay, I'm going to. Well, okay. Let's pretend I put it at 1602, which is 20 cents away. Okay, I thought my entry was 1621. So let's pretend my stop is at 1602, which would be 20 cents away. Why did I do that? Well, because the next aspect of this is that, okay, you get the concept of placing a stop. The next concept, though, is how much are you going to risk per trade, dollar-wise. So if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope that you would realize you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You could get wiped out in 5 trades, okay? So what I've done here is I've said, okay, let's assume that your account size can stand risking $100 a trade. So if the trade works against you, you've got your stop, and you'll be taken out for hopefully only a $100 loss. Okay. So that's why I put the stop. I thought the stop was. I thought I got in at 16.21. I put the stop at 16.01, which is 20 cents away. Basically, what you do is you take the difference between your entry and your stop. You divide that into 100, which you're willing to risk, and that gets you 500 shares. So the other thing is you don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares a trade, every trade, 200 shares, 300 shares, whatever that number is. Your share size will be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. Okay? So I can't emphasize that more. If you don't go in with a plan, you can't, assume that every trade is going to work. You just have to get out for a manageable loss. All right, now I'm going to use my little devil and angel analysis or analogy, okay? So you practice, and in the simulator, it's pretty easy to obey your stops. It's not real money. It's not, so in the simulator, it's pretty easy. But all of a sudden, when you start trading your real money, and you get into a trade, and you're convinced this trade should work, the setup looked good. NKLA, as an example, they were talking about it in CNBC. People are chatting about it. Everything looks good, and all of a sudden the trade doesn't start to work for you, and it starts approaching your stop. So the little angel on your shoulder is saying, okay, Barry, you have your stop, get out. But the devil is saying, you know what? You don't know enough about trading yet. That stop was too tight, so why don't you just start reducing your stop? Because listen, we all know it's going to go back up, okay? We all know that. This is the devil talking to you, because the setup was good. I'm hearing great things. That's a classic. I'm hearing great things. So now you've reduced your stop a little bit, and it starts approaching your new stop price. Your angel is saying, okay, I get you reduce it, but get out now. Devil is saying, nah, come on, it's going to come back. So you keep reducing your stop. So you get my analogy here. There is a war. There's this internal struggle going on in your head. Do I obey my stop or do I not obey my stop? Eventually, as you keep moving your stop down, and now that $100 manageable loss starts turning into $500, $600, and eventually you get out. And you're taking a much bigger loss than you ever should have. The devil is long gone. There's no chatting with him anymore. And you're kicking yourself. So how do you get around that? You leave your stop in place. And it takes all the emotion out of trading. You just leave it there. And you allow yourself to be stopped out. And you move on. Okay, you just move on. Now, for all the reasons why you got into the trade in the first place, they could come back later on in the day. They could come back 10 minutes from now. Okay? It may have been just, okay, the setup was still good. Maybe the market turned against you. Maybe something else happened. And you were just a little bit early in the trade. And, the setup could come back and you could also try it again. Okay, so it's so important. This whole concept of placing stops and obeying them is so important. I know a lot of people say, I don't believe in stops. Well, you know what? If you don't believe in stops and you don't obey your stops and you're making money, that's great. I'm not going to tell, but you'll never see me. Look at the SNDX trade. Okay, SNDX trade. I went short this. I went short right around here, this level here, down here, hoping it would break down through that 14. It came down and I didn't like the way it was trading. It took a 10-cent loss. That could have turned into a far bigger loss, okay, had I not obeyed my stop. No. So now it could come back. That's what I was saying. It could come back. If it breaks down through 14, I may get back in this one and short it. Okay, so it's very important. Can't emphasize it enough. Now, here's the other aspect of all this. And notice, okay, so I'm in, this is in the simulator. So when you're practicing trading, you know, try to keep it real. We give you $100,000, okay? We give you $100,000 on the simulator. That doesn't mean you should use $100,000 if you have a $5,000 account. So try to keep it real, you know, appropriate to your account size. Like, treat it like it was real money. Now the other thing is that now this NKLA, what a gap up and go. Oh man. So the other aspect of this is that when you're in simulation mode, and here's the cruel reality. If you cannot make money in the simulator, you know, you're not going to make money once the market opens. Or sorry, once you start trying to trade your real money. If you cannot make money in the simulator, you know, forget about it, guys. I mean, trading is hard. You have to have the discipline. So if you can't do it in the simulator, you know, once you start trading with real money, that's when, you know, real emotion starts to take place and, you know, not obeying your stops and all of that. But the other aspect is this. If you can make money in the simulator, again, no guarantee that you're going to make money when you start to trade live. Because again, that's when emotion comes in. You see your P&L going up and down. When your P&L goes up and down in the simulator, well, I lost money, not that big a deal. Okay? But when it starts going up and down in your when you're trading live, I mean, the emotion comes in. So, you know, it's just the reality of it all. And that's why a lot of people fail at trading. Okay, SX, send that off to info@trade-ideas. Coming from customers is more powerful than coming from me, okay? I'm not saying it's going to happen just because you've asked for it, of course, but I mean, when it comes from a customer, it's you know, listen, I've asked for things in the past and they don't listen to me. But when it comes from a customer, but seriously, I mean, they take them. I'm not saying they don't take things from me seriously, but and if customers want the same thing, then that's when they sort of stand up and take notice. Okay, one moment, please. Just have to re-Bluetooth my my headset. Just a minute. Re-Bluetooth it. I like that. Oops, wrong. There we go. You know, and actually one of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop and having it really sink against you. You know, that $100 turns into $200 loss, turns into a $300 loss, and then all of a sudden it just reverses. And oh man, you're making money. Now you're making $200, $300, $400, and you're thinking to yourself, "Wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." That's almost one of the worst things that can happen. You get that false sense of security about who cares about stops, because it will come back. Well, guys, I'm still watching this EOLS as a potential short here. I do want to see it take out this low right there, which is 950. Well, it's right at that low, just underneath that low, 955. What's the low here? 955. Yeah, so two lows. The reason being is that there's nothing holding it up. I think if it takes that out, and it is on the gap down and go. And listen, we've all done it, Mr. Keith. We've all done it. I've done it. I used to do it all the time. It's basically being stubborn. You can't believe it's not working. It's really that simple. The old reason, used to be, wow, I don't want to pay the commissions to get out of a trade and then even get back in. But commissions are next to non-existent. They're either free, or if you have IB, they'll be half a cent a share. So that's not an excuse anymore to not get out of a trade because of commissions. Well, it really turns into an ego thing, doesn't it, Mr. Keith? It does turn into an ego thing. Okay, one of the things I want to show you also in the simulator, okay? Excuse me. Notice I've got the closed P&L, I've got max P&L, and I've got distance from exit price, all right? So, if I got out of this trade right now of MDRX, I won't. I'll just stay here. I want to see if I actually get stopped out. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? But what... let me get out of the trade because I just want to show you how this works. So I flatten, I'm out of the trade. Okay, so it just took me out of the trade. See, zero shares now of MDRX. So my max P&L while I was in the trade was $12.50. I closed out for a $12.50 loss, okay? What I'm trying to demonstrate here though is this. And this is actually not a bad one because the max P&L in this Sky T was $570. Now I'm only up $178 or $243 today. So I've allowed this to go from 570 down to cut in half. Now, is that good trading? Probably not. Okay. But I want to show you this one. So imagine if this max P&L, MDRX, at one point during the day, maybe I was up $400 on the trade. And then I allow it to slide and slide, and by the time I get out of the trade, maybe I'm only up $100, or in fact, I lose money on the trade. Obviously not good. That's not how you should be trading. That's why you have to keep an eye on your P&L. So that's number one. Number two is the distance from the exit price. This will start showing you, well, how good was my exit? So when you get out of a trade, if you're long, of course, you'd love to see a big negative number here, because that means that where you got out, let's say that said minus $1. That means that's $1 under where you got out, which would be great, obviously. What you don't want to see is plus $1, which means that it's tacked on $1 since you got out. So these columns right here can kind of give you a bit of a gauge about how good are your exits. Okay? All right. Well, man, I almost got into this EOLS. I was just waiting for the 950 break, and then look what happened. And some volume came in and popped it off that 950 break. So it didn't quite take. I have an alert set down here also around 940ish. So that saved me a little bit. I was all set to take this trade on a 950 break. I wanted to see it get to like 947, 948 on the bid ask. Still might happen. So I'm going to reset my alert. Why the price alerts are so valuable. You know, so you don't have to stare at a stock all day long. Set your price alert. If it happens, it happens. Then it'll pop up on your screen. So you guys were talking about DNMR. This was a hit piece by, who was it? Was it Spruce Point? Okay. Well, they certainly did a number. How could they do that though? Because it's a next generation bioplastics company. Well, guys, the SPY has had some good resiliency today. Look at this. I mean, we're basically almost flat. The Dow has come back. Tech has come back a little bit. We're almost at the high of yesterday. Yeah, nicely done. I know you were interested in that one when it came out yesterday, PJ. The path. And there it goes. Okay, so now the SPY is at the high of yesterday. There we go. Yeah, just slightly positive now. Big comeback. That didn't look good. That opening candle did not look good. And remember, we had some. This is what, you hear me talk about bottoming tails and topping tails in the analysis, and not just for the SPY, but for any chart that you're looking at. You see some bottoming tails or topping tails in a row. Okay, that can give you a clue that there could be a reversal. Because again, what does this all mean? I mean, remember now, on the SPY right here, that's a big bottoming tail. Remember, this candle was red at one point. This looked like this was just going to be a green bar ignored, and it was going to continue down. But the buyers really stepped in here. But the sellers tried again. This again was a red candle all the way down there. But the buyers at least closed it here. And then the buyers started getting into the action a lot more. And the sellers said, you know what, you can have it. You can have it now for a while. Now, there are some topping tails. So we're having the reverse in play. The sellers knocked it down a couple of times. Buyers still do look like they're in control. But, these are all clues, topping tails, bottoming tails, on potential directions. Yeah, well then divide it in how much, so you take the difference, say 1622, I'm out of the trade, but I think I put my stop, I know it was 1601, but I wanted to put it at 1602, so there was a 20-cent difference. So you take the difference between the entry and your stop. In this case, an MDRX, let's pretend it was 20 cents. You divide that into how many shares or how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. So in the case of, if you're willing to risk $100 on a trade, then you divide 20 cents into 100, that gets you 500 shares. I always explain it this way just to make the math easy. Obviously, it's not going to be 20 cents every, you're not going to have a 20-cent stop every trade. Okay? Aha, so the skills shorts have been, some of them been covered now in IB. There are now 40,000 shares available. Before there weren't any, but there's some covering now. So yeah, you do a little bit of quick math. That's all it is. Look at skills, just is. This is a very impressive move, guys. NBSE, a very impressive move. You might say, well, why? Well, because it did a financing at $5, and look what it's done. I mean, it's way off the financing price. It looks like it's going to go positive. So that financing did not do anything to stop or to cause this to go down. All right, so this SNDX is starting to drift down again. A little bit choppy, but you know, I have my alert set down underneath 14. I'll see if it does it later on. Waiting for the IPOs to start. Meanwhile, GSMG, this I noticed this got halted. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Resumed. I gotta say, this is a pretty impressive move for TCAT. Let's see some of the rest of them. Did they do the same thing? Yeah. So maybe the NFTs are starting to go a little crazy again. How about the Hall of Fame? Yeah. And the GRNQ earlier. Not really. Well, I feel crazy for not taking part in this NKLA on the gap up and go. I mean, this is what we're talking about right here, the gap up and go. The original alert probably right here. Right here, 11:10. And you can see right there, there's the blue arrow. Okay, that blue arrow, all that's signifying is when the alert happened. And it looks at the different time frames, of course. So on the 15-minute chart, that's when we had the alert. On the 5-minute chart right here, on the 2-minute chart right here. So you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, there was the alert. What did it do afterwards? My goodness, look at this. Well, bingo did its thing, you know, the pop, And then the drop, I don't know if it's recovering. Yeah, I mean, I just, this is just a stock that I think it's always shortable on the pops. That's all I can say about it. Okay, I mean, will it come back later on in the day? Maybe, but we've seen this many times with bingo. You know, it can never hold its gains. Now, never. Tomorrow, if it pops, maybe tomorrow it holds. But that's my only comment about bingo. I know it had some news, the Sapphire system, DNA replication, etc. But whoa, SNDX is getting closer, but I'm not going to hop in yet. I want to see this take this 14 out for sure. Okay, so this green box could get interesting. What's the high of yesterday? Well, it has to be over 1009 or yeah, 1009, so it's just above the high of yesterday. High before that was 1047, the high before that was 1089. So this has a little bit of room. Okay, so I guess this is a kind of a crypto play. Yeah, not a lot of volume, but I'm still interested in it. I mean, it's double normal, two times normal. XM. Yeah, this one definitely. Yeah, the volume is there, just not showing up because of my bias, not taking the more expensive ones. But yeah, I don't know what price triggered it. At 40ish. Well, that was excellent then at 40ish. All right. Okay. So we're into the NFTs then today, coming back. Boy, I mentioned this one yesterday. I mean, Moderna is having a heck of a few days. Look at Moderna, guys. I mean, look at the 2 days. Yesterday it was down to what, 158, got up to almost $20 higher today. Yeah, boy, I wish this one would just keep going. You know, I can't short this one. Not that I want to short it. Eyes, I'm surprised it's not halted. I mean, this one got up to what, $20. When was this? This was on March the 9th. So, what, about a month and a half ago? It's CVM trade guys from the AI is still looking good. Oh, I see. And also XM is from the AI. I didn't even notice that. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, well, here we go with the wow. The Sky T is look at this, guys. Sky T IPO from yesterday. Let me just take a look at the IPOs that are coming up today because the ones I like are the ones that are a little bit cheaper. I mean, the path was excellent, but I kind of like the ones that are a little bit cheaper, not that many shares. So let me just take a look at the IPOs that are supposed to be coming out today. And this is what I'm talking about. So today's the 22nd. Okay, so we've got KNBE, we've got NPCE, and we have ZI, all right? So these are two 16, 17, a little more expensive, the ZI 31, but I like these two, especially look at the NPCE, NeuroPace. This could be really exciting. The reason why is that 6 million in the float, $17. Now, we don't know where it's going to open, but assuming it doesn't open at 40, and even 9.5 million at 16. So, and look who's behind this one, the KNBE, and Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, KKR, etc., etc. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. So we have some big hitters, And also the ZI, definitely some big hitters, a little more expensive. So, and just to give you an idea, just give me a moment here, just got to find it. Here we go. So look at the Sky T, 7,000,014. Okay, so that is those are the price ranges and the number of shares issued. That really gets me interested in an IPO, even the day of, but certainly going forward. And I think they also had, I don't know who was behind them. Yeah, I mean, like Jeffries, Cowan, and Piper Sandler. So there, I mean, there are some names behind them. So anyway, that is why I'm kind of interested to see what happens when those other two open up today. Supposedly they're supposed to open today. I missed this CVM. I was going to take this. I like the way it was trading right around here, and I just missed it. I don't know what the heck I was doing, but I just missed it. And it's an AI alert, but it's also from the Gap Up and Go. Now, 2 months ago, the high was 27.89. What did it get up to? So it got close to that high. I mean, listen, if it takes out 27.89, who knows where this is going? I mean, $41, the month previous to that. I don't know why. I don't know what they do. I mean, it's a bio, but now this is a great trend now in the SPY, guys. Great trend. I used to sort of joke that this is turning into my favorite day, a bit of a gap down in the market and then a recovery. Okay, NBSE is actually now in a gap down in reverse. However, let's take a look. 603, 644. I mean, this has a little bit of room. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 644. I mean, this is a very impressive recovery off of $5 financing. Pretty extended, so let's see how well it holds 6. This is from the gap down and reverse. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just following an internal discussion. And I don't mean in my head. All right, so I'm going to flatten out of this SKYT, and let's see what happens here, okay? Check the distance from the exit price. This is what the max I could have made today. I guess this is the max. This is from yesterday. So this is the max I could have made today. This is a carryover from yesterday, SKYT. Wow, CVM, holy smokes. That's a great, now, what did I say? The next high, 27.89. So 27.89 looking left. I mean, that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. If it takes that out, I mean, I don't know where this is going. $41. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that's the next level. And we've got a big short float percent here. Fairly low float, 38 million in the float. High short float percent. Just a minute, please. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just rearranging something on my other monitor. So, okay, again, I just want to show you this. I mean, so there's where the AI got out of the CVM trade, okay? With a profit of 6.5%. I mean, pretty good. However, okay, guys, IPO, KNBE just opened. It just opened. And what did I say? Oh, shoot, I should. You know what I should do? I should write that down in the notes section. Give me a moment, please. So 17. Okay, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. 17. I'm going to stick an alert right around right around that high right there. I mean, it's not that far away. It's only 20 cents away. KNB. So this is an IPO. See how that worked? Set the price alert, pops up on your screen. Can't miss it. And there we go. Now, oh, this is what's happening, unfortunately. So this is at 2097 now. I don't know why that happens. I'm gonna in fact, I want to take a screenshot of this. All right, guys. So I'm just watching this. I got to make sure this is the right price. So I unfortunately, what I have to do. This happens sometimes, and I have to on the higher time frames. Excuse me, with the IPOs, and even the 15-minute chart doesn't appear. Well, I'm not even sure. I don't even have a price. Wow, sugar. I'm missing this. Okay. Well, it just opened, Ricardo. It just opened KNBE. Now, when I say I like it very much, I don't mean I want to hop into this. Typically, this is what I do with an IPO the day of. I kind of wait, see what the two hour high is, and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Okay, I don't typically trade an IPO like right off the bat. It's not because I like KNBE for any specific reason. It just had the price range that I liked and didn't not issuing that many shares. So that made it a little more attractive to me to follow. Kind of like the Sky T from yesterday, okay, this SKYT from yesterday. So it's not because I've analyzed this company, I think great things are going to happen. It has nothing to do with that. It happens to be a price range that I like and a number of shares that they issued that I like. All right, guys. So this is again I'm going to put an alert right up here. I know it's way up here, but I'm going to put an alert at 2131 and just see if it takes it out later on in the day. It takes out that high later on in the day. I think it was 7 million. If it's not 7 million, it's 9 million. Or how about 6 million? No, sorry, let me just do another check here. 6 million. Oh man, 9.5 million. Okay, I'll get it right. It is 9.5 million. But listen, guys, you can do all this on your own, okay? If you're interested in IPOs and all that, here is a great link for you. It's an IPO. All the IPOs are here typically, okay? So you can do all this work on your own. This is what I'm talking about, okay? You have the IPO. There's the right here, KNBE, 9.5 million. It was IPO. It was priced at 16, so obviously we're above that. NPCE will be the next one. This should be interesting also. Should be anyway. Only 6 million shares. Okay, so here's your link. You know, have at it. You have lost your volume. I hope. You guys can hear me, right? Okay. Well, so again, Ricardo, this is mine, right? But for instance, yesterday's path, out of the price range that I like, but you know, it has done extremely well. Okay, this is just what I like. I like the cheaper IPOs. No, it's just me though. You know, things that are under 20 usually, with a low number of shares that they're issuing. You know, under 10 million, and then that makes it interesting to me the day of, and maybe even going forward. That's just me. You know, many others, I mean, look at the path. It's been extremely good. That was a yesterday IPO, and it's tacked on what? $7. But if you take a look at the IPO calendar, I pop that in. I'll pop the link in again. I mean, you can make your own. The other thing is to take a look at who's behind it. You know, you get Goldman and Morgan and JP Morgan and, you know, some of the big names behind it. Not always, but typically those are going to be the ones that are going to be a little bit exciting. Typically, I'm not saying all the time, of course. No, it's an internal. It's an internally generated number based on fundamentals and what else? Technicals. Okay, so so strong tech. So a high number with a stock composite rating like 90 means that, you know, in theory should have strong technicals and fundamentals. It's got nothing to do with IBD. So it's an internally generated stat. All right, guys, 11:46. Oh, wow, already 11:46. So it is Jamie. I'm almost positive it's Jamie. I just want to make sure, get a confirmation. You must be hearing me, Jamie. Okay. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the YouTube link into the room, main trading room. So if you want to head over there around 12 when Jamie takes over from 12 to 1, you're more than welcome to do that. So I will pop the, here, just let me get the link in. Now, listen, guys, trading IPOs the day of, not for everybody, okay? I mean, there's no history, of course. There's no charts really to look at. Obviously, you can't go back and check to see things. So they're very risky. But, I'll have to stick to my guns on this, on a 2 hour, I'm going to look for a 2 hour high later on and see if it takes it out. And listen, if it rips higher now, so be it. I mean, I can't help that. Yeah, the GRNQ did nada, and then they actually had an NFT release this morning, and But you know what? Maybe it'll pick back up now that TCAT and the rest of them are starting to move. Maybe it'll pick back up. I mean, it's a low enough float. 19.5 million in the float. So maybe later on it will. As we speak, though, yeah, it's dormant. It got up to 238. I mean, it does have a little bit of room to run, up to the free level. Where is TCAT right now? Yeah, this is a great move. I mean, it's a couple of topping tails here, but it's a great move. No, you're more than welcome, astronaut boys. Okay, so now there's a little pullback now for CVM. What's the spread? Not the spread, but the float. 38 million in the float, so 22 times normal volume. I start to remember this day, this week. I mean, what a week that was. Take a look on the daily chart to see exactly what happened there. So that was one day. That was not the week. That was a one-day wonder for CVM, popping all the way up to 40, 41 or so. Closed, 25, big drop. Tried again the next day, up to 34, then closed way down here. So, I guess my point is that anything could happen here. I can't remember exactly the reason. I mean, there must have been some kind of a breakthrough for a while anyway. CVM. I mean, it's not a ridiculously low float. 38 million. All right, guys, KNBE. So listen, before I go on my break, I just want to, again, very quickly, you want to follow IPOs the day of. They can be exciting. I know people do play them. Price alerts window. Make sure you just load your price alerts window. And notice I've got this, it says IPO, IPO, IPO here, and that's obviously a note that I put in. All you have to do is just create a price alert. You know, for instance, this hasn't opened yet, right? The NPCE has not opened yet. So NPCE not open yet. That's why there's no data. Right click, create price alert, put $1. Save it, okay? Because obviously it's going to open way more than $1. All right, and that's what I've done here. Where is it? NPCE. Where are you? Right there. See, it says $1. When this opens, and I minimize the window, so you don't have to you don't have to be staring at this window all day long. So you just minimize the window. When it opens, it'll just pop up right on your screen. You can put a sound alert on it. So if you happen to have a headset like I do, and you've wandered away from your computer, you'll hear it. So. And all you have to do is, I saw that link. Yeah, no, that's the YouTube link. But I've popped the IPO calendar link several times. You know, then it's up to you. Do a little bit of work and create these alerts. And that's all there is to it. I think this could be exciting also. As exciting as the other one. This has fewer shares. Not that the other one has an exorbitant number of shares, but it has fewer shares. And again, I just have to reiterate, I like the cheaper ones. Doesn't mean you have to, okay? All right, guys, getting set. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. I think he can hear me, so he'll probably be there in a couple of minutes in the YouTube room. Just getting set to take my break. Boy, this is still strong. NKLA is still strong. I thought by now it might have given up. I mean, that's such a parabolic move. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so could not, well, I'm glad it isn't, based on what's happening right now. What I'm a little surprised about is the RNLX. I thought maybe that news would really, really propel it. Some kind of a 10-year contract with the U.S. government regarding kidney tests. But you know, it's still up. I mean, it's still up 20%. But I thought it might take out that high and create an all-time high. Yeah, it's working right now. You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, it's working right now. You guys are on your own if you're going to be trading this, of course, but nice to see though, guys. We've had a lot of IPOs this week. In fact, let me just do a check of the calendar for next week. See what we've got on store next week. Especially the bios. It's always the bios, you know. Well, I don't know what this is. I mean, I shouldn't say this is a bio. No before may not be a bio. Sounds like more AI or something, but But this is the calendar, the IPO calendar. So for next week, what do we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 next week. You know, look at this. I mean, Privia Healthcare. Look at Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, and Morgan Stanley's EDR, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and you know they're in the range I like, the price range. Here's another one. FT's. Here's a solar. So we have about 5 next week. Had a lot this week. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Okay, I see you're streaming. Okay, I will stop streaming now, Jamie. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Okay, I see you're streaming. Okay, I will stop streaming now, Jamie. Oh, thank you, Jamie. Okay.
Okay, I think that worked. I think you guys should be seeing my desktop now. I'll be your host for the next hour for the live support session. If someone would be so kind as to just let me know in the chat panel that you can see my screen and hear me okay, that would be fantastic. Hey, Aya, thank you very much. Let me just make a couple of quick adjustments here, and welcome to my desktop. The AI is not having a too shabby of a day today. And it seems I keep losing columns. Conservative, yeah. I guess I need to take a refresher course. I add my columns back, I save my layout, but they seem to disappear. Just throw them back up there real quick. And it might be something in the developmental build. Conservative, moderate, and aggressive. There we go. Yes, good afternoon, depending on what time zone you are in. Straight up 11 o'clock here in the Central Standard Time Zone. If you're in Cali, it's still 9 in the morning. And if you're Barry, well, I think they're even 1 hour ahead of Eastern Time. But hello, everybody. Ah, yes, Sam, the XM, the old profit save. And this is a perfect example here of taking a little bit more risk, seeing the AI punch out right here for $100 on a profit save. But if you stayed in it, you're enjoying it quite a bit more. And nothing really prompting the exit except this little pullback up here. Since the reduced risks and the profit saves are typically working off of more or less a modified trailing stop. So it was more than likely this little pullback right here that triggered that exit. But if we're paying attention and we see the AI making that early exit, we can always say, you know what, this thing looks good, it's strong, what do we got playing out up here? Keep in mind, you know, we have to fold a little bit of our chart reading in here. And right at this level right here, we also had an opening range break, right, from this high over here. That was a very strong move. In it early with the AI with the potential of a secondary pattern playing out, and we got that on the XM today. XM doing quite a bit of volume, as we can see right here. 13 on the relative scale, and of course earnings just yesterday. So obviously things are good in earnings land, or interpreted as good, and that's why we're getting this XM move that we have today. Coincidentally, oops, coincidentally, if we check out the daily over here, this is a relatively young stock. First day of trading back in January the 28th to be exact. Let's do a little anchored VWAP experiment real quick. So if we click on the anchor up here, click on the first day of trading, boom, notice where we are now. Of course, we did enjoy the nice gap up and currently above that anchored VWAP, but if we get a close above this purple line here, that is definitely going to, ooh, hold on a second. If we get a close above this anchored VWAP, that's definitely going to be a bullish sign for XM moving forward. All right, a couple of questions rolling in here. Oh yeah, he in the Pacific Northwest, still on that earlier time zone. Okay, Siri, if we're in a AI trade and we do not want to exit, how do we accomplish this? Okay, so now are you referring to if you are automating the AI? Because obviously if we're just taking a manual trade, we have full discretion. We can exit, we can put a stop loss in. So Siri, I'm assuming that you're talking about automating the AI when you're talking about not wanting to exit. Just give me a little clarification on that, and then I can answer that in detail for you. And the reason I'm asking that is here I am with my brokerage plus. I'm connected to E-Trade right now. I have not automated the AI, all right? But if we go into edit long instructions, and this is going to be the same for the shorts as well, we get to pick the risk mode, right? And both of these risk modes will get us out if we have conservative or moderate checked, okay? All right, so if we are in moderate mode, then the only metric that's going to be in play is the stop loss. So the workaround here, obviously we don't have aggressive listed for people because that would just be a little too dangerous. But as the AI makes entries for us, it's going to put that stop loss in on moderate, in which case all we would have to do is gravitate over to our orders and left click here and hit cancel order for the stop loss that's been inserted via the AI. So that's what you would need to do if you didn't want the AI exiting on any profit saves or reduced risk, which we don't see any reduced risk here today. So that would be the workaround, is to choose moderate mode as far as your risk mode goes, and then just simply cancel the stop loss. Now keep in mind, with moderate mode 2, if the stop loss does not trigger and we make it to the duration of the hold time, which these days most of the hold times for the AI strategies, as we can see here in the time stop, notice that most of them these days are geared to an all-day hold, some getting out at 15 minutes before the open, some getting out at 10. Okay. Now, if you didn't want this to happen, best thing to do would just simply to disconnect the AI so it would not make that timed exit for you in moderate mode. So hopefully that kind of clears the deck on that topic there, Asiri. And if we take a look at the market, just kind of floundering around up here, forming this current little doji candle. We're not too far away from highs up here. Kind of getting a little volume spike on the SPY right now for some reason, but we're still well above 1 on the relative scale. A lot of things hitting all-time highs, a lot of things getting up and boogieing today, but it is definitely a stock picker's market, so to speak. Not only is XM one of the positions we're holding in our in-house fund, But the AI got a piece of it today, and as we can see here, it is coming through my daily high ticker with a volume associated with it, and that thing is just having a pretty good day today. All right, Joe, let's take a look at that MPCE. All right, we got a birthday today. Happy birthday to NeuroPace. Sounds kind of like a brain thing. Let's see here. Treating epilepsy and neurological disorders. Implantable components. And of course, we all know about Elon Musk's BrainGate. But I would think that we're going to be seeing more of these companies do IPOs and hit the market as well, because that is that's the next frontier, for lack of a better description. Implanting chips into the old noodle for medical conditions or just enhancing the old cognition. But I tell you what, I'll let everybody else be the guinea pig on that stuff before I go get any chips implanted in my gray matter. Let's just shrink the time frame down here. Let's go to 5 minutes. Looks like it's only been out for about 10 minutes. Let's go even smaller here. Up, and away so far. I feel kind of silly anchoring 1 minute volume, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 minutes ago. And of course, we don't have all the metrics here yet, like float and all that good stuff. I would expect those to pop in the next couple of days. Speaking of IPOs, one of the most talked about ones as of late, good old Coinbase. Topped out at 429.54 and is currently down at the 305 level. Can't remember off the top of my head. I think that was actually quote unquote priced at 350, even though coin is not your traditional IPO. This is what they call a listed IPO. They circumvented all the underwriting and all that stuff and just listed it, and the market is made. The question is, do I know the formula for the GBI 5? You know what? I haven't looked at the old GBIs in so long. Let's just get one pulled up here. Where are you hiding there, GBI 5 minute? And off the top of my head, Sam, I couldn't tell you the formula. I can tell you the pattern that has to ensue once we get a couple of things to pop in here. But I tell you what, we might be able to see one just through a little random scrolling here. Okay, this is going to come close here because when we're talking about GBI in any time frame, green bar ignored. Ooh, we got a couple popping in here, so I tell you what. Huh. That does not look correct. Of course, it was at 11:10. Oh, I'm sorry. My brain's in reverse. For a minute there, I was interpreting GBI as RBI. So, okay. Now that I know what I'm talking about, green bar ignored, and this is the pattern right here. It is focusing on this green bar, all right? Notice the green bar is sandwiched between two red bars. But we have to have 3 consecutive red bars leading up to the green bar sandwich there. So, Sam, I can tell you what GBI is looking for in any time frame, but I mean, that is the formula in essence. Now, as far as the mathematical formula, what does the actual formula look like? I wouldn't be any good to you there. But let me know if this, you know, describing the pattern to you helps. Let's check out Scoville. And we got more of the same. We got 3 red bars, even though these don't appear to be, you know, the same type of pattern as the Hoff. Clearly we can see down bars, but red bars are red bars. They don't always cascade down. But we do have the 3 red bars leading up to the green bar sandwich between 2 red bars. And of course, this is typically a bearish sign in the short term. Yeah, you're right, Burnt. DOA for coin. A lot of dumping in coin. Lots and lots of dumping. Mainly insiders. It's always been kind of perplexing. If they circumvent the traditional underwriting methods, that means Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, whatever syndicate they set up to quote unquote make a market, they don't get their underwriting fees. Then the question that I ask myself is, well, who's going to make a market in it? But obviously, plenty of people willing to do that for the trading fees. Yeah, once again, Sam, as far as the actual formula, mathematical formula, that is not available. And let's just cycle through the risk modes on the AI real quick here, because once again, all the values that we see over here on the channel bar are assuming 100 shares per trade, whereas my blotter, you'll notice the numbers are a little bit smaller here, and that's because we're risking $100 per trade. So if we cycle through on that metric, in conservative, pretty nice total. Moderate, taking a little bit more risk, we're up about double. And aggressive is pretty much the same because things are working and we've got some continuation going on as well. So not a bad day for the AI. What I did notice about the AI's activity today is we didn't really have any trades coming in the first 5 minutes today. First trade being issued right at 26 minutes into the open, almost 27. Yeah, and Sam, with the consecutive candle filters that we have, you know, it's real easy to find the first part of the equation, right? So, you know, one candle in any time frame up. But then when you try to, you know, there's no way to articulate into the system, well, we got to have consecutive candles following that up candle. But you never know. I mean, feel free to send your question into the info@trade-ideas.com email address. And depending on all the other filters and, you know, what we might be able to find through stocks like this, I mean, there's always a couple of different ways to ask the same question in my experience anyway. And that is why the GBI and RBIs are different types of windows. You'll notice that these are not the same windows as when we spawn alert windows, top list windows. We got the little queue up here. These alerts are being run on a completely different server, which has that capability. All right, Asiri, I see your question there about the AI. What is the number in the channel bar for the 3 AI? So I'm assuming you're talking about these totals, right? Okay, so 1.0 is currently up 111 on 2 trades. 2.0 has also kicked out 2 trades and is down a smidge, not quite $5. Neo, of course, the star of the day, kicking out 3 signals, up 556. And this is assuming that we take 100 shares of each trade. So if we look right here, if I sort by the segment, these 3 Neo trades right here, 1, 2, 3. If we took 100 shares of each of these as they came out, we should be up somewhere around 500. Of course, that does not account for slippage. When the AI spits something out, sometimes we have time to get the exact same price. More times than not, we're going to be taking a few pennies worse. Could take a worse price than that if the stock is fast moving. But all these tallies over here are just assuming taking 100 shares of each trade. Now here on my blotter, the way I've got mine set up, if we go into tools and options, we can then see AI trade size. So if I was using 100 shares per trade, then my blotter would reflect, and let's just take a peek at what that looks like. You're going to see my blotter adjust for that. Now I'm doing 100 shares. So if we tallied up all of the profits here, we would get what we're seeing over here in moderate mode. But if I go back to my preferred methodology, which is just risk $100 per trade, then my numbers are going to differ from what you see over here because I'm no longer doing 100 shares per trade. I'm risking $100 per trade, and then the system will size me accordingly as far as the number of shares that I can get based on the stop loss for each and every trade that was issued. And of course, if we go to the AI strategy panel, we can see what the stop loss is for each and every strategy that made the cut today. So hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, and as you guys and gals are probably already aware, it's been kind of a difficult trading environment as we kind of pop around up here at all-time highs. This little list right here has been providing some decent setups to take a look at here. This is a window that was created by Michael Noss quite a while back. But it's interesting because it's pulling up a lot of stocks that are on support, right? ZKIN, we don't have to be technical geniuses to go, okay, I see the support it's on as it's ebbing and flowing right around here. We can look all the way back here. We can look all the way back here. So not a bad little window to start perusing the markets for things that might get that little pop off of support. And of course, lots of different ways to sort. Maybe we're interested in only the ones that might be perking up with volume, in which case we could sort by relative volume. And then we'll have all the volume leaders. Typically, though, these are the ones that are already going to be kind of, bouncing off that support. Not always the case, though. Of course, this being the entire history of MTCR, wouldn't have felt real comfortable getting long here because apparently the support is just now beginning, but we had no way of knowing that before these 2 days were put in. And of course, some of these are going to be really identifiable, but just a great way to find stocks that might be bouncing off of support. Texas Bank Capital acted like it was going to go down, quickly reclaimed that level. We got more GBIs being produced here. Once again, here's that classic pattern. Consecutive red bars, got the green bar sandwich. And depending on what might happen here, checking out the daily, well, my eyes immediately go to this 988 level here. Already got a line there, so things don't turn around for BVN quickly. Looks like we might take a little trip down to this level here. Got a little bit of space between where we are now all the way down to the 992 level, so not a whole lot of room left, but some room left nonetheless. And I tell you what, let's take a look at one of our newest channel additions here. This is a new product that we've had out for about 3 weeks now. The strength alerts, which are going to be delivered to your inbox every Monday if you sign up. These were the ones from this last Monday. DVAX 2 BWA. Of course, all of these, along with the market, had a little bit of weakness, but strengthening back up nicely. This one's looking really tight as well, as it attempts to encroach back to the $100 level. A little word about these strength alerts. If you're already a subscriber, then you just have access to the channel. You just go there. You can get all the information, all the picks, along with this nice little newsletter that Michael Noss puts together to accompany the picks, giving you a little screenshot, his thoughts, some dynamic metrics about the company. And then once you're done with that, if you close this little guy out, it just goes away and you have your 2 charts again. But this is where you come to get the strength alerts if you're already a subscriber. Just going to pivot back over here. Yeah, I was looking at stocks that had big down days yesterday. Let's see if anything caught my eye. Don't really have any interest in that guy right there. Speaking of consolidations, looks like Vino is in consolidation land. A little too thin for my taste there on the intraday. Hey David, see your question there regarding the strength alerts, and the question was, is it intraday or is it a swing trade type of alert? Okay, and you know all of these are based around the daily candle formations. So by their nature, definitely have to lean towards the swing time frame. Of course, everybody's perception is different. That's why we don't give you real detailed information on how to trade the things. Michael just shows you, hey, these are the ones that are really shaping up nicely on the daily with all of our strength metrics. And you know how you trade them, when you enter them, is kind of up to user discretion. So definitely more swing oriented, but once again, everybody's going to have their own spin that they put on them as far as entries. You know, just an example of how I've been keeping tabs on them. You know, I always like to consult one of my compare account windows after the first 15 minutes of every morning. Of course, this is not an accurate reading here because I reset my layout just now. But this is looking at the big cap stocks. And this is how I'll tie this into how I perceive the strength alerts. This is looking at stocks with a larger market cap of 4 billion or more. Looking at stocks hitting highs and hitting lows with a little bit of accelerated 1-minute volume. And what I do to try to give myself an idea of what might be in store for the market, more upside, more downside, I'll take a peek at this after the first 15 minutes, and depending on if the bias is to the upside or the downside, that'll help me temper my expectations. So if I see a huge downside bias in the opening 15 minutes, then I'm not going to be itching to, to hit those trades right in the first 15 minutes. I might look at my, 15-minute fast line on the 10 period and go, okay, well, it might be a day to wait for pullback fills on this. On the other side of the coin, if I see huge bullish metrics and these things just take off and start heading up immediately, well, then I might be, more apt to get in early. So we've kind of left it open as far as when you get in and when you get out, just relying on the fact that they're all technically strong, right? And of course, if you get a big move in something on the first day, well, then you might be, you might be of the mindset, you know what, I'm going to take half off the table. I'm going to leave half with a stop loss in place. But once again, we don't tell you how to trade them. We just deliver to you the high quality strength metric stocks, and then the rest is open for interpretation. And, keep in mind, every time you pull a stock up, you're automatically going to have the swing exits on the daily that just pop into your chart automatically for quick reference. So that's another way that you can gauge your risk, if you're comfortable with that. You got that right, David. It's a difficult market, and we've talked about this ad nauseum in our 5 p.m. Eastern webinars. Going all the way back a year, I mean, here's the COVID bottom right here. Boop. And then we've just been up, up, and away for a very long time. I mean, we've had our pullbacks, but pull the rubber band back, it always snaps back. But once we get into these all-time high territories, this is a choppy environment. It's more of a stock pickers game here, because we can take identical patterns, if we use breakout patterns. Sometimes they go, sometimes they don't. Boot trying to have its day in the sun. One that I still kick myself over, because I was in this dilemma, was Playboy. Had the breakout way back here on that day, and I was thinking to myself, it's one of the mid caps, I just don't feel comfortable hitting it. And boy, was I wrong on that one. This one kept on going beautifully and is still acting like it's got more steam in it, and it's one of the smaller cap stocks. Of course, it's an iconic brand. Everybody knows who they are. But, now the market cap is 340 million. It was a lot less back here, right? Another one that kind of caught me by surprise was this one, barbecue, right? Famous Dave's. Breakout right here, and you can see what it did from roughly $8, almost doubled, and it's still acting incredibly strong. But when we look at the market cap, even now at 14, it's 130 million. Back here, probably 70 million, right? So a little bit trickier now that we're at all-time highs. And for a good period there, we had a dry spell on the AI, because when we're cracking all-time highs, it makes it more difficult for the AI to find that potential statistical alpha, right? Now that we've had a few days of ebb and flow within the range that's been created since we topped out up here with this little doji, we've only had really 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th day in the sideways range build that we're having, right? So, a couple of different scenarios are going to play out here. We're going to get more healthy chop here so that we can, as Steve Gomez likes to say, the troops are tired. If we get a little sideways action, they get to rest a little bit, get that hot shower, rest, and, a hearty meal, and then we can go attack these all-time highs again. Or the opposite might come true. We go break through here and test these levels again. But it's certainly healthy to get to get some days built up in this range. Also makes it easier for the AI to identify statistical viability as well. But yeah, today is a slippery slope. It's like a seesaw. And more of the same as we get into the latter half of the day. We notice that the SPY tracking ETF is kind of going into sleep mode because of all of these smaller time frames. 1 minute, 5 minute, and 10 minute. 100 is normal. We're all well below normal, so we might get a little pickup once probably ebb and flow between here and the 10 period, which is the green line. And who knows, by the end of the day, we might be visiting all-time highs again. Okay, the question is, I signed up for the test drive. How would I trade Holly manual on light speed? Well, the good news, Elazar, is that your options are limited. Okay, so when you're trading on a platform that does not incorporate Brokerage Plus, which at the current time is only Interactive Brokers, and the E-Trade version is in our current beta. Hopefully we got all the bugs pretty much ferreted out and will soon be part of the production release. But if you're trading the AI manually, regardless of platform, then all you would do is watch the strategy trades panel here. And we just had a new trade pop in just now. We can see right here when I click on it, DCPH, the price that the AI is marking right here at 47.60. Stock's currently at 47.62. You would just simply buy that stock in your platform. Now, if you're paying attention, okay, that's the entry part, but what about the exit part? All right. And since you're new to the AI here, Elazar, then we've got 3 different risk modes that we track each and every day. And my columns disappeared one more time, so let me add them back here. I'll give you a quick little rundown here of the different risk modes. We got aggressive, we got conservative, and we've got moderate. Okay, and we can always see if the trade is open or if the AI has closed it out. Notice DCPH just came in, we have nothing in the exit reason, so the trade is still open. The AI has not closed it out. If it does close the trade out, it'll list the reason here. And these 3 reasons here are all part of conservative risk mode here. And in conservative risk mode, there are 5 reasons why the AI will close the trade out. Either a stop loss or a profit target was hit. We had one of those in CVM today with the profit target. Or the timed hold expired. And then we've got 2 other reasons in conservative mode why the AI can close a winner or a loser out early. It can close out a winner early and profit save if we get a little pullback in the stock, very similar to a trailing stop. And it can also close out a loser before the stop loss gets hit or the timed hold gets hit if it starts to get weak, and that would be in the form of a reduced risk, but we don't have any of those today. So you can follow the AI in whichever risk mode that you would like, and when you see it exiting or entering, you can mimic it. Moderate profit. The only thing that's in play here, there are 2 things. There is a stop loss and a timed hold. Now, we used to have shorter timed holds in a lot of the AI strategies, but as we can see from the strategy panel now, most of these guys are geared toward all-day holds. Okay, 15 and 10 minutes, and then one right at the close. Okay, so in moderate mode, if the stop loss never gets triggered, it's going to attempt to hold until 15 or 10 minutes until the close. In moderate mode. Aggressive mode is just us letting you see what happens if you take all the trades and hold until these hold times expire. Okay, definitely triple diamond level here, because if you're not using stop losses, you better be in the chair to manage your risk, because things could get nasty on just the right day. So in a nutshell there, Elazar, if you want to follow the AI in manual mode, it's just watching and waiting and seeing what it does. Now keep in mind, and this is a classic example today, XM. All right, what a beautiful entry in this candle here at 39.60. And we had a nice little about an hour of consolidation here on the intraday 15-minute candle. But as I was pointing out earlier, we get the statistically weighted entry in XM from the AI, and then we have a secondary pattern that might emerge, because keep in mind we're in this candle, but my eyes immediately go to that prior high and think to myself, all right, well, the AI is calling this on statistical viability because that's what it does. And then if it works, we might have a secondary pattern unfold here in the form of an opening range break, in which case this would be a great time to add to the position. Now you can see the AI got a little spooked here, probably on this down wick here, and it was like, you know what, I'm closing the trade out. And it only made $100, and that was with me risking $100. So only a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. But hey, the trade was working, the secondary pattern had triggered. There's no reason to get out from my perspective or from our human perspective, right? So a lot of the times we can ignore the AI's exit signals because things are working, doesn't appear that it even came close to the stop level, and this thing has potential, right? So a lot of the times we can extract some of this spread between conservative and moderate profit by ignoring the AI's exit signal and taking more risk, in which case we would have been rewarded to the tune of almost 4 times normal, or 4 times what we got in conservative risk mode. All right, Asiri, so you could let the AI auto trade and your software pays for itself. Okay, let's touch on that topic real quick here, because letting the AI auto trade today, you're probably in the green because most things are working. Now, let's talk about things that we can't necessarily see in a back test when it comes to automating the AI. All right, first thing to take note of here, we got a nice little assortment of trades, and they've all done pretty well today, whether we're in conservative mode or moderate mode, right? So if we had the AI running in live automation, okay, what kind of order are you going to be using? Okay, because if we're using a market order, sure, you're going to get all the fills, but you're also going to take a lot more slippage, and slippage is the difference between what the AI marks at its price. Okay, notice it marked a price of $39.60 on XM. Now, depending on how spready, how big the spread was today between the bid and the offer at the time, and this is just a snapshot of the last refresh quote, we can see that's a 9-cent spread, right? So if you ran a market order, and there's a 9-cent spread, well, you're going to take 9 cents of slippage right there just in the spread, okay? So we always have to think, okay, do I want to run market orders and take massive slippage, which is definitely going to impact our performance if it's a winning trade? Or, do I want to use limit orders? And I tell you what, while we're talking about this, I'll just pull this over here, and we'll take a peek here, because let's say we were setting up our long trade instructions, okay? Well, I know that if I run market orders, I'm going to get everything on the long side. And let's make a mental note of that. I said on the long side. If it's a short order, we're going short on a stock, I'll circle back around to that in a moment because there are other factors that come into play. But generally speaking, if we run market orders on all of our long plays, we'll get all the fills, but our slippage could be quite a bit above what we would like it to be. So if I don't want to take the huge slippage, well, then my only other option is to use a limit order, okay? And depending on how aggressive I am with what we call our delta here, I might not get the fill, right? If it's a fast-moving stock, very much like XM today with these big volume metrics, right? By the time the signal came out at the price that the AI marked it at, might have already moved past it. So if I'm using a limit of the exact alert price, it's already moved past my price. Sure, the bid goes in, but it never backs and fills, so I don't get the fill. So you run the risk of not getting filled, and it typically happens a lot of the times in the fast movers, which coincidentally happen to be some of the big winners. So here we can use what we call a limit offset. In other words, if I'm running with a pretty aggressive limit offset of minus 0.09, 9 cents, then whatever the alert price is that the AI marked, and let's just pick one out of the air, let's say stock XYZ came across at 10, and we saw it on the AI blotter at 10, that's where the AI marked it, because that's where the event or the alert triggered from the strategy group. If the price came in at 10, then it would throw my bid out at 10.09, and I would either get filled or I wouldn't. Okay, but that's a pretty aggressive delta. And most of the time, if I'm using automation, whether it's the AI or a strategy that I created on my own, most of the time I'm going to get my fill, but there still remains a small chance that even with a very aggressive delta, we still miss it if it's a fast moving stock. Okay, so a lot of people think, oh, well, this AI does pretty good on a daily basis, therefore all I have to do is turn it on and it's just going to print money for me every day. But that's not the case, because when we go into real world execution, we can't take a back test and go, oh, okay, then this is what I should get. Because in the back test, we can attempt to account for missed fills and slippage, but a lot of that is random, and it's kind of impossible to place exact expectations on it. Now, when we talk about going short, okay, the other side of the fence, one might think, well, as long as I run market orders on my short fills, I should get most of those too. But we run into another problem. Okay, sometimes when you go to short a stock, depending on the broker dealer that you're trading through, you get rejected, and then you're like, well, why didn't I get that short fill? And then you look at the messages or whatever, and it says it's hard to borrow. Okay, which means it's not shortable unless you locate it, and then you have to pay additional fees for a locate. Okay, so that is another factor when we're looking at automation, because if the biggest winner on that day, say it was a big down day and the biggest winner was a short, you just simply couldn't execute because the stock was hard to borrow, well, then you didn't get the big winner, but you got all the losers for the day. All right, so we and of course myself and everyone here that's a trader and a trainer is going to tell you, if you want to automate the AI, then you better do it for quite some time in simulated mode. That way you can track the performance. You can go back and look at all the fills. If there's short plays, you can check with your broker dealer. As you see the AI making that trade in simulated mode and it's a short, you can pull that stock up at your BD and go, would I have been able to get filled on this short? Or does it say hard to borrow? And that's going to help you temper your expectations. And don't get me wrong, there are some days where if you automated the AI, you'd come out nice and green. But you never know which days that is going to, since we don't have a crystal ball, you never know what those days are going to be. And of course, the best way to interact with the AI, in my opinion, is watching the plays as they come out, because when I see a good setup and the potential for an auxiliary pattern to play out, then that's when I really get interested in an AI trade, and this XM is the perfect example today. Because if we took a little bit with the AI here, this may or may not happen, because obviously, we're looking at it down here before these bars have formed. If we take a little bit based on this nice little consolidation area, we've got the AI bringing it to us with whatever the percentage is for the respective strategy. This is a great time to add to the position. Especially if you're a new trader, you've probably heard that over and over. Add to your winners, cut your losers when you're supposed to. But figuring out when to add to a position, not the easiest thing in the world. But when we get the AI issuing a signal with the potential of a secondary pattern unfolding on top of that, all with big raging volume and good earnings behind it as of yesterday, well, then those things tend to add up. Okay, I like to assign like a star system to it, because number one, we got it coming from the AI. That's gold star number one. Number two, we've got the potential for an alternative pattern or a secondary pattern to materialize. That's gold star number two. And then we've got raging volume. That's gold star number three. So when I see those line up, more than likely I'm going to take a stab at that one. Okay, Paul, I see your question too. This is regarding the AI strategies. These are all preset on the AI, or can you modify? And that is a good question. The answer is no, you cannot modify them, because if we take a peek here at the strategy panel, how many strategies made the cut for today's trading? Well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so these 14 strategies made the cut for today's session based on the analysis that the AI did overnight. Okay, so the AI has a base of about, and it's always changing a little bit, it's always adding and subtracting a few, but let's just say the AI has a base of strategies of about 35 different strategies. Okay, only 14 made the cut today based on the calculations that the AI did overnight, going back and optimizing all of its core strategies, or backtesting and optimizing and trying to improve upon them. And we've developed a proprietary scoring system. So it's only the ones that, after all the numbers have been crunched, look at the scorecard, and it's only the ones that meet the minimum score on that proprietary scoring system that make the cut for the next session. So after the market closes today and we incorporate all the tick data and the AI does its thing again, who knows how many of the core strategies might make it for tomorrow. Could be about the same, could be more, could be less. Okay, but these strategies have been optimized by the AI. So once they show up, these are the strategies, and they either trigger or they do not. And you'll notice here, all these guys haven't even kicked out a signal yet. Okay, so just because they make the cut does not necessarily ensure that they're going to produce anything. One from each of these guys, and then these guys have both spit out 2 today. Of course, the day's not over, so we might have more strategies come alive, or we might have more from the ones that are already active. But you cannot modify the AI strategies once they show up. Either the trap is sprung or it is not. Wow, the time is just flying by today. 50 minutes have passed since I took the steering wheel, and got about 10 minutes left here. So if you've been sitting on a question, now would be a good time to get it out. Notice the only other one on the blotter for the AI today that's showing any kind of spread between conservative and moderate is this SEIC short, the one that came later in the day. And that doesn't look, the AI must have gotten out, yep, on that little spike up that we see right there, and then right back down. Once again, that was on a profit save, and if you just would have been a little bit patient there, then you'd be approximately 3 times in the money compared to conservative. Are there plans to keep developing the AI to make it even better? Well, we continue to develop the AI and all the tools that it has to do its number crunching. Now, you have to keep in mind, what is the AI really doing for us? What is its superpower? And its superpower is statistical probability. Okay, that's really what the AI is. If we look at the win percentages right here in this column of each strategy that made the cut, these are the statistical odds based around the prior backtest, which has been optimized, that anything coming out of this thing today, or for example, breakout, has a 72% chance of working. Of course, the breakout strategy is overperforming today. It spit out 2, and it's hit 2 for 2. Just like pullback long has spit out 2, had it was the lowest man on the totem pole today. Only 41.7% chance of anything working coming out of there, but it's overperforming today as well. Okay, but anything that comes out of any of these strategies is statistically weighted to work for us. But just because we have statistical viability on our side does not ensure success. In other words, it does not guarantee. Okay, you have to think of these statistically weighted plays kind of in the same vein as if you were a professional card counter in Las Vegas playing blackjack. Because if you really know what you're doing counting cards, you will come out ahead in the long term most of the time. That doesn't mean you can't have losing sessions. But if you've always got the odds on your side over time, then long term you should do well. And it's the same thing with the statistical viability that the AI produces. Yes, according to the backtest and the optimization, this thing should work, right? But a lot of the times, depending on market conditions, the market might have something else to say. So, while everything has been overperforming today that we see here, well, we do have one that is underperforming because it's only had one play and it's not working. So we came in at 61.9% odds. It's not working, so we're very much underperforming at a 0 success rate today, while all these other guys are overperforming. Okay, the question is, since we don't know how many AI trades will happen, how would you suggest budgeting for a given account size? Well, in the beginning, you would just want to put everything in play in a live environment and see if you're comfortable with it, which leads me to the path of risking the least that you can. Okay, just to see how things work in a real-time environment. So if you're in a commission-free environment like E-Trade, well, then you could go as small as you wanted to and go, you know what, I'm only going to allocate, let's just pop back over here. If you're setting up your long instructions, you've got your 3 different ways. You could go, you know what, I just want to see what happens in a real-time environment. Maybe you're at E-Trade and you don't have to worry about commissions. You're just like, don't care, just throw $100 into it, right? And assuming there's nothing over $100 a share, he'll always get your fill, or whatever your company, 100, could be $50, could be 2 in fixed dollars, or hey, do 2 shares of each one, or my favorite, if you want to do based on stop loss, you're like, okay, let's just risk $20 on everything and see what happens, right? So it really is, you don't want to max your account out. You want to see what happens first, and you want to risk as little as possible to get that experimentation, done, because it can't be gleaned in one session. You're going to need multiple sessions to figure out if, hey, is automating the AI every day something that I want to do? And it's different for every person. So I would just say, as a general rule of thumb, you start as small as you can just to see what kind of interaction you're going to get in the live environment, based on some of the things that I kind of spoke about earlier, like misfills, hard to borrows, things of that nature. So Mike, in a nutshell, you want to risk as little as possible. And whether that's in share amount, dollar amount per trade, or based on stop loss, we give you 3 different ways to do that. So hopefully that makes sense. And Asiri, regarding your question about AI for swing trading, yes, we hope to have a swing trade module at some point in the future. We've been kind of tossing the idea around and trying to develop a model for it for quite some time now. It's just not ready for distribution. But yeah, everybody's been kind of waiting on that one for a long time. So it is in development. We just have no idea when it might be ready for testing yet. But guarantee as soon as we know, we'll pass that info along to you as well. Now, to your question once again, Mike, if you're in a commission-oriented environment, like if you're over at IB, they're not like E-Trade. They still charge a commission, even though it's small. It can add up. Um, I've been there before, and I just, if you want to risk small amounts of your trading capital, you still have to pay those fees. And the way I always looked at that is kind of like a tuition bill. Okay, I want to get this data in a live environment, so I'm going to have to pay the commission, and just approach it from that method. Eswin, can we customize the AI to only optionable stocks? Unfortunately, no, you can't. Nothing is customizable as far as the strategies that show up. Now, having said that, you can always pull up the plays and evaluate that from a manual perspective, but not from an automated one. So the only way, according to what we have here, is when the AI spits a symbol out, you just have to click on it, see if the options are available for it. That might be interesting to track moving forward. How do the AI plays that have options perform against the ones that don't have options? Never have really thought about tracking in that capacity, but you never know. It might be interesting. No problem. Wish I had a better answer for you. And it appears that everything's kind of taken its nap here. SPY continuing to, well, it just keeps on perking up slowly. Nice little grind up, but still well below normal on all the time frames, which, hey, we'll take that. All right, got about a minute left here. I would think that Barry's probably going to be making his return pretty soon. But while we're waiting on Barry, if you've got a question, feel free to pop it in there. Yeah, what was the one that gave back its gap today? It was this guy right here. Nice little gap up. What do we open at? 1943, right at the top of that candle. Sometimes they fill the gap. Sometimes they don't. But boy, this one just careened nicely. About 3 points in that little gap fill. Bingo, acting like it was going to fill its gap. But notice what happened right here. Notice how the 15 period, or excuse me, the 10 period fast line acted as a little level of support and bounced it right back up. It did weaken back up later in the day. But when you're short and you see that, it's kind of a hard wiggle to sit. And on my windows also acting like they're going into sleep mode. All right, Barry says that he is re-engaging his stream. So, all right, that hour passed very quickly. Want to thank everybody for participating. Always glad to help out. And we'll see you. Hope everybody's having a great day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So take care. Hopefully stay green. Bye-bye.
Actually hits the stop price, and that's the reason for the exit. So you'll see, for instance, here, Aggressive and moderate are exactly the same because it's never hit the stop price. In fact, nothing has been actually stopped out. Okay, so they'll be exactly the same. If XM had actually hit the stop price at some point, it would stop calculating. All right? Otherwise, all trades will exit, I think, 5 minutes before the market closes. Thank you, Aja. Thank you very much. Just going to ask you if you could hear me. Thank you, Jamie. All right, guys. So let's see what's happening here. So I do see that yeah, NKLA came in very late in the option scanner. I wouldn't have ever taken it there. Okay, so most of the, first of all, Kirk, I would not pay attention to it. All right, I know it sounds crazy. Um, the scans, the AI scans have been optimized for, yes, most of them have a certain hold period. Some of them have a target. Could be $1, could be 50 cents, could be $1.50, $2, could be your percentage. Okay, and that's just the scan. The overall scan has been optimized in that fashion. But let's put it this way: if you were in a trade, okay, let's just say NKLA, just as an example. And just say, let's just say the AI got into this trade at $10 and it said the target was, $11, a dollar away. And it's moving like this. Why would you get out of the trade? Okay, that's why I just don't pay attention to a target exit price whatsoever. If the trade is still working, keep in the trade. Okay, does that make sense? Yes, the scan has been optimized for that, but each individual alert, in my opinion, should be evaluated on its own. And the aggressive has, yeah, the moderate and aggressive are just what if you kept in the trade at the end of the day. They're just what if scenarios. So yeah, the aggressive is what if you kept into the trade right to the end of the day, what would have happened even if the stop had got hit? Moderate is exactly the same, except it stops calculating if the stop gets hit. Well, there are other reasons why it'll get out too. Sometimes, like a trader should do, if you got into, let's just say for argument's sake, you got into this NKLA trade. Okay, let's say it was an AI trade, and it's rolling higher and higher and higher. No target has been hit, okay? But all of a sudden this starts happening. It starts to drift down. Well, as a trader, I would hope that, this is the only, I don't want to call it the fallacy or the fault of the AI. AI gets out of the entire trade, but as a trader, you probably would start taking some off, right? I mean, you don't want to ever if you got in at 10 and you saw it drifting down, you would never let it go all the way down to 10. Right? So you probably start taking some profit. So that's what the AI. There's an algorithm that does kick in that it talks about a profit save. In the old days, when the AI first started, there was none of that. The only exit for the AI was on time. Like every strategy had a certain amount of time, and also if it got stopped out. So for instance, again, what if the hold period for NKLA had been 3 hours, and it was moving higher and higher and higher, and then it started dropping, goes down below the actual buy price and hits the stop. That's how the AI would get out of a trade. So you would look at a great trade that you were very positive in, and then it actually got stopped out for a loss. You as a trader would never let that happen, I hope. Okay? So that's why they put in this algorithm that it takes profit. Okay, it's called a profit save. Not letting that happen. I am speaking. You guys can hear me, right? I just want to make sure. Okay. So it's on your end, Ajit. You can't hear me, but so does that make sense? That's why we do not recommend auto trading the AI. You know, there is a if you wanted to, you know, you could take. I suppose you could try to auto trade the entries, but then manage the exits on your own. The thing is, though, I honestly believe that people get too hung, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Kirk. I think people get way too hung up on not being able to get into a trade at the exact penny that the AI alerts. First of all, you probably never could do that anyway. Understand that the AI, it's like here. I might get a real time alert for OCGN at 773, but it may be moving fast. Okay, so I could never get the trade at 773. Even if it was a 1 cent spread, more than likely the ask is at 774. So the best I could probably do would be 774. Okay, so you're never gonna be able to get the alert right on the alert price, and that's where a limit offset comes into play. You know, when you look at the strategies and you look at the, like this is this limit offset. So for instance, minus 11, and it's up to you, you know, how you want to trade it. But and this is only for auto trading. I mean, the way I look at it, I don't auto trade. I've never auto traded. I'm not going to say I don't believe in it, but I've never auto traded. First of all, there's not that many alerts, you know, and they're typically staggered. I mean, there was the first alert at 9:56. What was the next one at 10:22? There's one at 10:25, but they're staggered. So it's not like all of a sudden, typically anyway, it's not like you're going to get 10 alerts at 9:35 and you want to take them all. Okay, so to me, I would always want to, okay, great, I get an AI alert. I would always want to see how it's trading. You know, where is the next area of resistance? You know, does it have room to move? You know, what sort of pattern is it? You know, you can size all this up. You know, once you have some experience trading, you can size all this up, you know, in, I don't know, seconds, 5, 10 seconds or less. And then if you want to take the trade, great. And these are never designed so that your own, you know, we're not designing XM to get in at 39.60 and getting out at 39.65. Okay? So even if you got in at 39.70 or 80, it's not the end of the world, you know, for something like this. So I think people get way too, and again, I'm not talking to anybody specific. Whoa, yes, look at the, sorry guys, look at the, look at the SPY sell-off. Holy Toledo. Look at that SPY sell-off all of a sudden. Yikes. Yeah. Well, I'm in the States, so I'm sorry, I'm in Canada. So, wow, that's a. So watch your longs, guys, right now. Yeah, so the proposal of a higher capital gain. Now, I don't know how it gets passed. I don't know you know, the wise and if he can just do an edict. I have no idea. I don't know if it's well, if you're making $1 million. So that's what I mean. If it has to pass both the Senate, well, Congress, I guess, but if it has to pass your Senate, um, and does something like that has to, is it just a 50, like a 51-49, or does it have to be like a 60-40? It has to be 60? Wow, then it's not going to pass. So it's got no chance of passing. So that goes from what to what? I don't know what your capital gains is at right now. Is it like 20 odd? So what is that going from in theory? 20%? Wow, that's a big okay, that's I got to admit that is a big one. Ah, okay, so let's put that in perspective. So the dreamer is saying that's going from 39 to 43 for the wealthy. So that was our 39 was already in place for the wealthy. Anyway, again, the likelihood of it passing, who knows? Well, that was interesting. Yeah, I can't see it. No, I mean, there could be a lot of compromise. Anyway, it is what it is, guys. I mean, we just have to wait and see what happens. I mean, there already was a big bottoming tail on it, and we'll see. We'll see if this holds. Okay, guys, let's take that off topic. Okay, take all this discussion off topic. I mean, it's obviously topical, okay, but let's keep the stocks only just for a specific stock. Well, this certainly took the steam out of the market. Obviously, look at fuel cell, FCEL. What do you mean by what is the topic for the YouTube channel? What do you mean by that, Bernd? No, I did not know that reel. I'm wondering if it's the same in Canada. Oh no, but that's in the other room, Bernd. I can't see it real. No, no, Bernd. No, you don't understand. See, we've got tabs in the other room where we talk stocks only right here. Then anything off topic, which is that here. That's all. In the YouTube room, that's the problem. There are no tabs in the YouTube room, but in this room, the main room, there's an off topic, and that's where that all that should go. As opposed to, of course, it's very relevant. Of course. All right. Well, now another giant red bar. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this settles down here. I mean, I'm looking at some bottoming tail, two bottoming tails so far. Well, not okay. Not now. Not now. Yeah, well, I would let things settle down. Oh, absolutely. That's what we're talking about, this mic mix. There's no room in this room for call them not slanderous, but just comments about politicians themselves. We can talk about the ramifications of a tax cut like that or a tax hike like that, which is what we're doing. Okay, but we got to leave the like slurs out of it. Meanwhile, okay, guys, I'm telling you, look at these bottoming tails on the SPY. Now, I'm not saying this is going to recover like that, but I mean, look at the bottoming tails on the SPY. Exactly. Could be just a tremendous market overreaction. Be interesting to see if this can hold up in this area, and then the next candle is green. I don't know what's going to happen. All right, well, let's see what else is happening. Obviously, any long trade is somewhat suspect right now. So this is weak now. TIPT. It's been weakening all day long. TIPT. Of course, that had the couple of huge days, and even this morning it broke above yesterday's high, but has really given it up. TIPT. Okay, Amy. There's only one way the sounds keep going off is that you have not. You must have something open that you're not. What I would do is this. I would go to Windows and I would show all. Click on show all. Now, when you say you've shut, it's impossible. It's impossible for, of course, the sound to be going off if you have literally shut down all your screeners. So maybe there's something that's minimized that you're not aware of. So, like, for instance, if I shut this one down and this one down and this one down, that's not shutting down all my screeners, of course. I mean, because I've got a lot. that you can't see, and some I don't have even open. I mean, they're not displayed on a monitor. So what I would do is start off by going to Windows and then Show All, okay? And then once you've done that, you might see some that you've missed. But it's almost impossible for Trade Ideas sound alerts to go off if you have absolutely shut down all your screeners. I mean, the other obvious way is to go to Windows and close all. That will absolutely close all your windows. Before you would do that, though, I want to make sure that you had saved your layout or your individual windows to the cloud. But if you close all and you're still hearing alerts, and it's not from Trade Ideas. But Amy, before you do that, have you saved individual windows to the cloud and your layout to the cloud before you do all that? Okay. Then if you do that, then no problem. Then shut everything down. So you'll just have the toolbar. And then if you're still hearing noises, you might have to. I was going to say something. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to hear Trade Ideas alerts if you've shut everything down. It must be coming somewhere else. I was going to say something like that, yes. You have those voices in your head, but no, I. Yeah, but if I shut down Trade Ideas, there's no way. There's no way I can get Trade Ideas alerts anymore, sound alerts. I mean, I know they can be crazy, but all right. So what is the SPY doing right now? So some wonderful bottoming tails here on the 5 minute. I mean, the sellers tried. Buyers close it here. Sellers tried again. Buyers close it here. Sellers are still in control though. Until we get a green candle, sellers are still in control. Really, is Bitcoin And this has probably put a damper on some of these IPOs now. For a while anyway. I want to really watch this one, this NPCE. NPCE, if it takes out that high up here, it's not that far away. I mean, we're 23.68, so the high is 24.82, so about $1 away. You see if this gains any traction towards the end of the day. That is the NPCE. And again, when I'm saying that, I'm not saying anybody should take the trade. I'm just pointing out a potential opportunity if you're into that sort of thing. Mr. Thorn on my side, William. You are responsible for your actions, yes. Yeah, Moderna has, well, like most of the stocks, has taken a hit. mRNA, bit of a hit, 179. Wow, not bit of one. $10 drop. Okay, great. Now you can load them one at a time or load your layout back, Amy. And then you can always check a court. Well, you know probably how to do this. You just check your alert window, right click, properties, actions, and then you can see the alert. You can see what sound alert you've got. I know it can drive you crazy getting a sound alert and not knowing where it's coming from. And as you should. As you should have a different sound alert for different screens. Otherwise, there's no point, that's the whole idea of the sound alerts. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The whole idea of the sound alerts, have a different sound alert for different windows. So when you hear that sound alert, you'll know which window to look at. You're welcome, Amy. So today is Thursday, so there was a marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock, which I will attend. I'm waiting for a real snarky comment. I'll be back at 2:59. Should put this in one more time. Well, not one more time necessarily, probably one more time before I leave, but also talk about the test drive. Those of you in the room that don't have trade ideas, or if you have trade ideas, you have our standard service. You can sign up for the test drive. This is what the test drive is all about. When you click on that link, this is what you'll see. So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full program for up to 10 trading days. Listen to what I said, up to 10 trading days. You'll get up to 10 trading days if you can start on the 10th and end on the 21st. Those are 10 trading days. But for instance, if you can only start on the 11th, then you'll get 9 days, okay? So it's not 10 days starting from whenever you start. So it's $8.99. Again, for those 2 weeks, and you'll have access to our full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber right now, you can also do that for $8.99, and we'll upgrade you to premium for those 2 weeks. Once the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is that we don't put you into a subscription. You know, there's nothing for you to do. We'll offer a nice promo code once the test drive is over. If you do, in fact, want to take out a subscription, great, but we don't put you automatically into a subscription, so you don't have to worry. The other thing is that when you're signing up, if you sign up today, that's what you're doing basically is pre-authorizing everything, okay? So you're not going to get any data until the 10th. You're pre-registering. That's the word I wanted. You're pre-registering. How much is it now? Is it 35 cents, 37 cents, 30 cents, 32 cents? Okay, thank you, Zach. Man, I've had no new alerts, which is a little bit surprising. You know, I would have thought I'd get some on the way down, but I'm getting no new alerts. All right, looking at FSR, guys. FSR, this looks pretty weakening here. I mean, it's already obviously that, you know, when that news came out, this is what happened. But it is underneath 14 now. And again, remember, Goldman put a $10 price target on it. So that might spur it down a little bit more if you're looking for something. Give me a moment, please. You know what's held up really nicely is this Skywater Technology, SKYT, from yesterday IPO. It's held up extremely well. And this one's not doing too badly either, the NPCE. I still have my alert set right up here. It's about $1 away, guys. $1 away. Want to see what happens later on. Now listen, with this market, you know, it's hard to know, but this may just, you know, trade on its own. I mean, that's another red bar forming. But the 3 minutes for this to close, so yeah, it's not looking good if you're long anything. Could be a nice spike overnight. No, that's funny. That's funny, real. If it closes well, exactly. It'd be interesting to see what it does after hours. Same with the KNBE. I mean, this had a nice run up to 23. I've got an alert set up here, so they're very similar, aren't they? Though the other one looks like it's holding a little bit better. Oops, NPCE. Looks like it's holding maybe a little bit better. Man, oh man! I mean, yeah, we're in a big. Let's see. Wow, look at that spy now. I will agree with one thing though. I mean, they could have waited till the market closed. Yeah, the worst that we can have as intraday traders is no movement in the market. So yeah, so I don't understand that question, Gordon. How do you get a piece of it? What do you mean by that? Well, you just type in path and you click buy. Okay. Well, this might make the marketing meeting a little more exciting. And we just have a halt now. CDAC just got halted. CDAK just got halted. Yeah, look at CDAC, guys. Now this is not Kodak, okay? It's Kodiak. Look at CDAC. How much volume? Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know if I can believe this. I don't know what the news is. Okay, now I don't this is going to hold, but this is what I'm talking about. This is what the bid at, okay, at one point it said 50-50, okay? So it's been halted at 1436. At one point this said 50-50. So look how this bid ask is changing. And it is a volatility halt, so if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 1:51:58 seconds. So just 2 seconds before 1:52 if it is a 5-minute halt. Okay, now it's getting, when I first saw this, it said 50-50. I'm going, oh my gosh, what an open that's going to be. But that's how quickly it can change. And this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something similar. Yeah. Gonna have to go through my price alerts and get rid of some. Finally, I think. Finally. EOLS, finally. I was talking about this one a lot earlier, guys, a 950 break. I didn't take it right there because I wanted the 950 break, and it popped up and it got back down to this level. This came on the gap down and go, guys. I mean, there's no support for this until you get down here. I'm not saying it's getting there, but there's really no support for EOLS. I kept waiting for it to drop with the rest of the market, but it just wouldn't do it. All right, well, even though GameStop is taking it on the chin. Oh, look at the, now I'm getting a lot of alerts. The gap up and reverse. Okay, now this one, I hadn't seen this one. Oh, this is one of the banks. Banco Santander in Chile. Oh, I know. I know TDC has a huge gap. All right, so CDAC did open. So it did pop up to about 1480 before it pulled back. This is shortable. William. CDAC is shortable. Well, at Interactive Brokers anyway. There's another one on the way down, guys. Gap up and reverse. Another EV play. CHPT. Wow, the SNDX. Yeah. This is way back when. This is a gap down and go, but it did pop up. But with the rest of the I mean, look at the market. This is from the AI early. It did not do anything. This was an NFT play. Popped up. I'm talking about the GRNQ. Popped up in the pre-market. Did absolutely nothing for the longest time. Now it's starting to drop with the rest of the market. It's a NFT play. Yeah, look at coin on the way down here. Look at coin. Well, we're getting close to these lows here on the SPY. Come on, drop more. EOLS. Boy, CHPT just accelerating now. Accelerating downward. Z. Well, guys, I have to leave. Not leave exactly. I'll be in the marketing meeting. I'll be here. Just off the mic. Well, actually, yesterday I was looking for a gap down and go down. There were none yesterday. But there are a lot of gap up and reverses today, for sure. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I will be in this meeting. So I'll be able to help text-wise, just won't be able to be on the mic. All right, guys, I'm now back just in time to shut it down. I know, real, I know. So the market is putting in a mini recovery, as I notice right here. So after the initial shock of that action, we've had 45 minutes of up. So I'm sure some of the bounce plays have worked. And let's see what else. All right, so guys, before I do shut off, I'll be shutting the room down, I say at 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions. All right, so one last. No, that's not true. No, the Brokerage Plus account is available as standard. Okay, it's only if you want to auto trade do you need the premium. Okay, it's only if you want to auto trade either your strategies or the AI, which I don't recommend, that you need our premium service. Otherwise, Brokerage Plus is available as our in a standard feature, or in the standard subscription. Is that clear? Okay, good. So you can set up things like this. You know, the trade, you can set up your, I'll pop a video in if you haven't seen this video before. And this is both for the simulator and if you happen to have an interactive broker or E-Trade account, okay? So you can set up things like this. Ahead of time, you set up the way in which you want to trade something. You just click on it and it's trading it. Otherwise, you just do it manually. But that's all part of the standard service. Okay, one more talk about the test drive that's coming up. One last time, yes. So again, there's the test drive. There's the link for it. So if you sign up now, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering, and this is what it's all about for $8.99. You'll get 10 trading days from May the 10th to the 21st. Okay, and again, it's up to 10 trading days. And what I mean by that is if you start on the 11th, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so it's only get 10 if you can start on the 10th and go right to the 21st. Those are 10 trading days, $8.99, and you'll have access to the full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber right now, you can do this for $8.99. We'll upgrade you to a premium account for those 10 days. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, that's the commonly asked questions. What happens when it's over? Don't worry. We will have a nice promo code for you, but we don't put you into a subscription. There's my homepage right there. I'm just going to put the link into the YouTube room. And I would save the link. A lot of information on my homepage, so I would save that link. And right there, if you can find that tab in the room, click on the tab, and there's my link right there. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. Of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. There's a promo code you can use. Trade of the week will be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Already done a stock of the day video. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. Here's the scans section. You click here. Here is the layout that I'm sharing, the one that you see. A lot of other scans though. So most of you probably have your own layout. So if you have your own layout, not necessarily that you want my entire layout, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to see. And then a big education section right here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. starting from scratch almost. I mean, not almost, it is. What is the top list? Building one, alert window, creating one, all the way down to the AI. Our nickname for the AI is Holly, Brokerage Plus. So there's a lot of information, the 20 lessons in 20 days. It will not take you 20 days. And let's see, what else do we have? Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. I glossed over this, shouldn't have. The daily support sessions. So in our YouTube room that I monitor all day, except from between 12 and 1 Eastern Time, one of the other traders takes over. So you can sign up. You can join it there. That's why if you save the link, just around 5 to 12 or right at 12, you can go there, and one of the other traders takes over. Again, there's the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. If you sign up, and even if you don't attend, you'll get an email with a recording of it. More educational videos here. And really cool, back to basics. If you're brand new to trading and want to learn about trading right from the beginning, what is a stock? Okay, can't get any more to the beginning than that. So what is a stock, intro to charts, etc. 36 little videos, okay, that are done by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Trading books that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage. So that's why I'm saying, you can always save the link and then take a look at all that information later. These are paper. I always demonstrate the simulation in action, okay? My trading account is, I just trade from within IB, Interactive Brokers. So I always just demonstrate the simulator all day long. Wow, OCGN is alive again. Well, let's take a look at OCGN. Again, this is the American U.S. stock partnering with a Indian company out of India, I should say, out of India, for the virus play. So looking left, 833 is the next high. Looking left. Well, it certainly got up to around 18 something, almost $19 on this day right here. This is back in February. So about a month and a half ago. Boy, this is the one I really wanted on a short RNLX. It's just that the spread now, even now, 28.76, 29.42. The spread is just terrible. I thought it would tighten up as the day progressed. It just never tightened up. Well, I know. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not saying that that's going to get up to those highs. But traders look at that, and these are just what-if scenarios. I'm certainly not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying traders look at this and go, "Wow, that's not that long ago. Could it happen again?" Haven't seen Ino for a while. That was a massive player way back. Remember these days, guys? This is back in June of last year, all the way up to $33. It has done nothing. So how are those IPOs doing right now? Probably not too much. NPCE, yeah, not doing anything. And the other one, KNBE. All right, well, actually it's starting to crawl back here just a little bit. We'll see what happens in the last hour. I won't be here, but I won't be in the room anyway. Yeah, not bad. I mean, SkyT is not bad. You're right. I mean, as the market was falling, yeah, there's no promo code, Rick. I mean, it's $8.99. Okay, so there's no promo code. Yeah, so typically what happens, Ajit, is this. About 2 hours after the market closes on Friday, you'll be ready. You'll have access to the program. So yes, you can have access. You can have access. I can't guarantee it's going to be 2 hours after the market closes on Friday. That's typically what we've done in the past, though. And then you'll have access to the program. You can download it and play around with it over the weekend. Yes. So Rick, I mean, it is. There's no promo code. I mean, it's again, it's $8.99. I know you may not have known that. Okay, maybe you didn't know how much it cost. Well, then you were very lucky to be able to use it. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Let's see. All right, I don't see any other questions. So, all right, well, it's been certainly an exciting day starting at 1 o'clock. Have to see what happens tomorrow. Overreaction or not? Let's see. I'm sure it's an overreaction. And there goes OCGN, guys. Oh, I see. I see what you mean, Rick. No, you don't need a code. No. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up then and just get my script ready here so I can post it in. Tomorrow's Friday already. All right, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you in the room tomorrow. Bye-bye.